Good morning. Welcome in, guys. Villet, Glitch, Devs. Good day to you. WiverX. Woo. Hey, solid boss. How you doing, Chief? Gotta get Reshade updated. Alright, cool. Good. That's that updated. Nice. Nice. Gotta go. Good morning to you, Chief. Spicy beat, that one. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Michael TheDarkLaw, and welcome to another episode of The Darkness here on Twitch. It is Saturday chat, 17th of September. Bloody September. 22. 122 days in a row. We literally have 60 days to go now to hit 6 months in a row, which is fucking nuts. Like, we are literally over the 4-month mark. The fuck did that time go, right? It's pretty crazy, I have to say. So yeah, we only have 60 days now to go, and we hit our 182 days, which works out at 6 months in a row. No break. The good thing is we'll be in Free 18 live, hopefully. They said it was going to be like mid-November for Free 18 live. We might get into Free 18. By the time this first phase of the challenge is complete, I will then decide if we decide, or decide if we go on for another 6 months and make it a year. To my knowledge, nobody has ever done 6 months in a row in the Star Citizen category, so we would hold a record, a world record, a first. Nobody has ever been able to do it. However, if we made it a year, we could easily smash out and lock that in for a while. Tempting to do that. But obviously the hardest part with doing streams every day is trying to get everything else around me done. Also, just literally have no energy for other games and stuff like that, so relying on a CAG schedule statement? You fool. I'm not really relying on it, to be honest. Cinelite, it's just more, it would kind of work and fall in play, you know. However, I'm very happy that we've only got 60 days left now to hit the 6 month mark. Easy peasy. We've done it with COVID. You know, we're doing it through the bad parts of Free 17.2 and all that jazz when the game is dead. It's very dead. We literally had no interaction yesterday whatsoever. So, yeah. I mean, we look at it that if Evocati comes out this week, next week, end or start of October will be PTU. They're saying it's going to be about 3 or 4 weeks for PTU. So yeah, I think they're gonna do their November sale, and then it'll come out then. That's my theory anyway. Which means that we ain't getting Free 19 this year, which kind of sucks actually. Like, I was expecting Free 18 to come out, and then maybe a chance of Free 19 going to PTU, but it looks like it's just gonna get shit canned this year. I still think they should go down to 3 patches a year. I just don't think they can ever achieve 4. It would be much more logical to do like 3 content patches a year and then a patch of fixes. Quality of life changes, you know, something like that. Hey, Justify, how you doing, Chief? Are we expecting free 19 or is free 18 the last before 4.0? The thing with 4.0 is it could be free 19, it could be free 20, it could be free 21. They literally just make one of those patches 4.0. So we don't know when 4.0 will be. It's whenever they decide they're gonna do it that way, you know? Ooh. It's this one, is it? Yeah, alright. Up to Miguel. Yeah, it's definitely that one. It's just in a weird place. There we go. Free 3.1, 100 will be a big patch. We won't get free 100. We won't get free 100. It'll go from either free 18, free 19, free 20 to 4.0. You'll never see a free 100. Not happening. We'll go to 4.0, which will be pretty much them moving into the new, or fully into the new archetype and all that jazz, so yeah. You will not see that one. Oh yes, I can totally understand sarcasm in the form of text, yes. That's why we have the Kappa icon on the internet. I'd rather expect a free 18-1 for Xmas with all the silly seasonal decorations. True, yeah. To be honest, as long as we get free 18 live for the holidays, I think that's fine for me, like. I'm not that bothered about other things. The way it's looking very much as well is that the next, like, 6 months of Star Citizen is going to be very difficult to play, to make content, all these sort of things. There's going to be a huge amount of problems. Spectrum is already lit up like a war zone. Salvaging, oh my god, they're so worried about being salvaged by players. I swear, like. I definitely feel like CIG have created this monster for themselves, like, without just bitch slapping people, you know what I mean?
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Crazy. Absolute crazy.
Vehicle selected.
For your general use of sarcasm, use Kappa. Yes, very much so.
Your vehicle
Hey, Nikki, how you doing?
Following location.
Also, I see you're having fun solving the elevator. Yeah, I'm a master at solving the elevator. The elevator does not bother me like it bothers other people. Like I said, I am one with Star Citizen now. 122 days in a row. I have become the prophet. I mulled through it. Elevators don't bother me. I know all the codes to get around every single one of those damaged elevators. I don't need to leave the server. I don't need to kill myself. I bend the servers around me, for there is no spoon. Hey, Mortals. Does the target ship have to be evacuated? Devs, nope. Yeah, I know. Again, people cry in Star Citizen about all the wrong things. It's because their little egos are getting checked. It's so sad. Again, as we always say on the channel, it's people who were never picked for a sports day, never picked for PE. The water boys of the world are the ones that are crying about it. Am I playing Ninetales? I don't give a shit about those fucking events, man. They're so shit, like... You have become the spoon, I have become the bender of the spoon. Hey Moobus, how you doing, Chief? TF967, welcome on, Chief, welcome in. No, I don't do the Ninetales event Mordors, because the one where you're doing the blockade is so laggy, and it's just... You can't win if you go as red. And then Siege of Orison is on today, I believe, and I can't do that whilst I'm red either. So, yeah, it's like, whatever, man, you know? These events are just really more designed for PvE players, you know? Which is fine. Which is fine. Hey Jack, what happened if you were only picked because you were tall? Well... There we go, Jack. You know what I mean? There will be org salvaging event where people gonna come with 890's hammer just to create a big salvaging festival. Oh, that'd be kind of cool. Be interesting to see. It's just target practice for me. I hate space combat so much, Mordors. It's so unathletic. Just go high speed, 900 meters a second, and hope for the fucking best, like... Even if you're a good player, you always end up going high speed, so it's so dull. I'm doing well, thanks. Yourself? I am debating which Vanguard to get. Well, just take into consideration, Mumas, that the Sentinel eventually will lose its EMP. So right now it can EMP, and that will change to a hacking suite for the future. So that's the only one that changes. So just take into consideration, if you are spending real life money on the Vanguard series, the Sentinel will change from an EMPer to a hacker in the future. Everything else is fine. I always recommend the Warden, purely because it's one of the most agile ones, and it sort of just does the role, you know. Hoplite I kind of wish was a little bit more nimble for a dropship, but they've got it really super slow for some reason. Shame none of them can beat me in a 1v1 now. Alright, Jack. Calm down. When was the last time you played Star Citizen? Hoplite, though, is just a pointless Vanguard? Not really. It's not pointless, it's just... Right now, it's pointless. If you think about it, it's a very small ship to be able to drop in. Now, when you're able to fly with your wings closed, Mordors, you'll be able to literally drop out of space through the atmosphere at ridiculous speed and get to a location pretty decently. It's just it's not good right now because of it being a Vanguard series. But it will be in the future, dude. It's a good wee dropship. You gotta remember that you also can drop the whole pod, or you're meant to drop the whole pod. So instead of you running out the ramp, the pod is meant to drop and then you have people running out of it. We just don't have mobility, or not mobility, modularity added to the game yet, that's all. You'll come back when the news get up to speed. I think right now, like, there's just no point really caring about PvP when it comes to Star Citizen. Like, the game's so out of whack right now. However, 318, the shield holes is meant to have gone, so that will definitely be a positive, I suppose. I just got my pedals yesterday. Now with the dual stick setup, my brain is fucked. Yeah, it takes a wee while to get into it. Pedals I use twist and toes forward and back. Any ideas? No, you just do whatever you want, dude. My pedals are always going to be yaw because that's how I fly. I fly like a jet fighter, right? But my pedals are inverted, so my left foot goes right and my right foot goes left because I feel more like a drifting a car kind of scenario. Also hearing everyone saying how dead... The game is so dead right now. It's not even funny, Jack. CIG have killed their game. So hard, this patch. Because again, we got wiped, like, where you lost all your money, then CIG fucked up with giving money to people, and in 318 we're getting wiped again, so why would anyone play right now? You know? And then they run these events, and these events nobody cares about either, because again, like, in a few weeks to a month, we're getting wiped again. Why would you ever put time and effort into Star Citizen? They've really fucked it up. That's very true. As much as, like, for me, I'm very lenient on what I say about CIG these days, but for a $500 million company, they can't fucking wipe to save themselves. It's really bad. Hey, Koniko, thank you very much for the 12 months, dude. I appreciate that. Koniko says, I haven't flown the Vanguard in a while. I thought only the Sentinel used to be more agile. The standard Warden is one of the most agile ones. The Sentinel is more, but again, you've got to take into consideration that in the future you'll lose that EMP. So if you are spending real money on a Vanguard series, I always suggest the Warden because it's the most practical. A-Flow. The Harbinger's a really good one. The Harbinger I like, Momas, because it's the only one where the turret can actually have 2 size 3 guns on it instead of 2 size 2s like everything else. But the problem is it's super slow and not very agile. So if you are going to rock yourself a Harbinger, obviously it is a lot more tankier, does have more missiles, does have torpedoes, which are not very good right now, but they will be in the future. You need that gunner. I feel that Sentinel and the Warden kind of get away with not requiring a gunner as much, but the Harbinger and the Hoplite definitely require gunners, because they are super slow in comparison. Then you do get that nice beefy turret, which is really nice. Yeah, there's a lot of things that CIG need to sort, and this is where I'm not going to harp on too much about it is, again, like, we are in a waiting period where 318 will be a patch that brings a lot of cool things to the game, but it's not going to give us all what we want. That isn't coming until end of next year at the earliest. So we have a good year's grind of wait ahead of us, and I don't think many people are ready for it, you know? I heard about the Harbinger being best as a co-op ship. I heard that there are upgrade packs for the Warden to make it. Yeah, there is, yeah. They do sell them. Yeah, well, I'm not playing any Modern Warfare. Fuck that, dude. Again, like, if I was going to be playing any game just now, I'd probably get myself Raft or something like that just to pass the time. I couldn't give a shit about any fucking Call of Duty game. They're all so shit these days. Battlefield shit, Call of Duty is shit. I wouldn't give any money to these companies, they don't deserve it. Play WoW with you? Dude, fuck off. Not a fucking chance, man. I'd rather play Tarkov. I got big boy pack of Tarkov, or I could go and buy DCS World. If I'm gonna play any other game apart from Star Citizen, it's going to be one where you can actually put some serious time and effort into it. Not a fucking throwaway game. Can't be bothered with that anymore just now. Tarkov would make me break my desk, I think. Well, then show some fucking restraint and don't be a child. Only children fucking slam their peripherals, man. I'm just gonna say that to you guys right now. Anyone that slams their desk and their keyboard and mouse, you're just a fucking child. You get things too fucking easy, and that's why you don't take care of things. DCS looks like a dangerous addiction. It is, yeah. It does. That's why I'm holding off on not doing it. Hey, Koff, how you doing? New Warzone looks pretty good, but coming from here to the SE community keeps me... again, like, for me, I just... Any sort of, like, match-based game, like Call of Duty and stuff, I just can't be bothered playing. I kind of actually wish that somebody would make another Titanfall, personally. Titanfall was probably one of my favorite FPS games, just because of the verticality in the game, you know? And the speed of it, you know? Because Call of Duty is obviously a fast-paced game, but the biggest problem is it's so linear. And definitely for me, Titanfall feels like that game that, you know, you're fucking everywhere, you know? And then you get the upgrade into the Titan and you start rocking out the big guns and stuff. It just felt really good, you know? Closest to Apex. See, I just don't... I really don't enjoy, like, what are they called? Battle Royales anymore. I just find it so boring. I wish somebody would do something interesting around that kind of area. The Call of Duty community is rancid. Most competitive game companies communities are like that, Metro. League of Legends, Dota, you know, all these ones. They all have these communities that are just fucking toxic as fuck, you know, whatever. You could play Animal Farm in a onesie. Oh wait, no, I ain't doing that, no way. I had a friend who did that as a kid, threw controllers off the wall, girlfriend broke up with him and he threw his phone off a rock like an idiot. Yeah, I mean, seriously, what the fuck, like... The problem with Warzone is the same thing as, like, how they fucked up Dota, Jack. They just keep doing stupid metas. You know what I mean? Like, no joke, I had more fun playing the Blackout BR than any Warzone, because it just didn't have that weird sweaty meta, you know? Yeah, but that's what I mean, like, literally, they made a meta where you had to pay for the game to have the weapon, right? Because I could never get the Grow. I could never get the Grow or upgrade it, because I would not buy Call of Duty just to fucking get a gun. Because it's a waste of time, right? And that's what I hated about Warzone. It was totally 100% pay to fucking win. Because if you played Warzone as a free game, you couldn't get any of these weapons. It was impossible. Hey Joe, welcome in. Yeah, League is super toxic, yeah. Again, like, if Star Citizen gets to the point where it gets a little bit boring for me, there are many games that I can get into. Tarkov, DCS World. Again, Raft. Raft has been one of these, like, survival games that I've been waiting for a while. Now it's finished off and all these things, so, you know, it looks pretty interesting just for sitting back and chilling out and stuff like that. Star Marine Battle Royale? No, don't give them any ideas, Jack. They can't even fucking do a Battle Royale or looter shooter in the actual game correctly. Let's not get them doing that. Raft is good, would recommend. Yeah, no, a lot of people say it's a really good kind of like chilled out game, so yeah, gonna have a wee shot of it, I think. Again, I only want to purchase games and play them if, like, it's going to be entertaining, you know? It's an idea that would take them 10 years. Yeah. Again, it's such a strange part we are in with Star Citizen right now, where the game has got to the precipice of the technology, right? We can't go any further with how it is just now. So the only way for them to start upgrading Star Citizen is we need to wait for them to add in more tech and stuff like that. And that's going to take the next 9 months easily for them to get to that stage. So 9 months is a long time to wait for the game to feel better, you know, because it's going to get a lot worse. Waiting for that snowball effect, exactly, yeah. So, 9 months, I mean, there are a few other games that, you know, are interesting to play, but nothing that really sort of... Marauders actually looked pretty interesting. I was watching Detox play it before he went on holiday, and it's kind of like this space Tarkov. You've got your ship, you're looty shooting. However, it's built off like World War II kind of theme, and I really fucking hate World War II theme, especially the weapons and stuff like that. Got my Vulture waiting for a free 18 50-50 split for not shooting me down. We'll need to see how much it pays out, Razzie. The only problem I have with that dude is there's nobody doing anything in this game, so... They fucked up the Reclaimer, so Vulture's the only option. Why did they fuck up the Reclaimer? I thought the video looked good with the Reclaimer. Thinking about jumping in, start playing again, but if a new wipe is coming... Well, the new wipe's coming in free 18 live, which will be roughly about November. So the way I look at Spirit is you can come in and make lots of fucking mistakes knowing not to do it for the future, right? That's the best way of looking at it. Yeah, it's not a bounty on time. Those are raising up. Oh, is that what people are freaking out about? You need 2 players in the back to stab boxes to make it run? It's a joke? I kinda like that, to be honest, dude. Like, no joke. Why were you expecting to be able to do it by yourself? You know what I mean? Why did you think a giant Reclaimer was going to ever be done by yourself? Like, any ship that requires multi-crew or a secondary person, a third person, you're going to have to expect that you're going to have to do things. It's the same with cargo, by the way. Roll Cup. Cargoing is going to be like that as well. Like, cargo is no longer going to be automated spawning and despearing, if you know what I mean. You actually have to do it yourself. That's no gameplay, just boring? Well, again, I have to, like, not to, you know, harp on you and stuff, but why are you playing a game that is a sandbox when you're meant to do these interactions? That's the whole point of these type of games. Like, that's generally what you play a sandbox game for. You move things around, you put things in boxes, and boxes inside buildings, and buildings inside land, and all that stuff. That's generally what you do with a sandbox video game. You can always scrap them, but yeah, forward planning is a thing in this game. Yeah, exactly. But it's the same for people that have got big cargo ships. You are eventually going to have to actually stack your own cargo in this game. This is where, as I was saying yesterday, CIG need to take off the band-aids from all this part of the game, because people have got into this mentality that it's just going to be easy mode for themselves, you know? Or, as quote, the gameplay just boring. What it might be boring for you might be very exciting for a group of people that want to have that interaction. And that's what CIG are sort of giving everyone. If you want to do the solo gameplay, you use a Vulture. If you want to do multi-crew gameplay, you use a Reclaimer. Not just cruising around in a Reclaimer by yourself. Having that interaction, stacking boxes, crushing the loot, however, whatever happens, you know? You make more money because you have somebody spending a few seconds stacking some boxes. Yeah, but it's also just the first version, dude. You need to take a chill pill on this one, right? When they're adding in a placeholder mechanic, it's not the finalized mechanic. It's the same with medical and other things. To get Star Citizen going forward, you have to do the lazy approach of adding in as many things as you can to placeholder things so that eventually down the line you can develop the technology, right? It's not lazy. Would you rather not be able to salvage for another 5 years and wait for that final 100% perfect version that they've had nobody test on? Because that's how everything gets evolved in Star Citizen. They have to add placeholders so that we go, well, this is boring, Star Citizen or CIG, can you please upgrade it? And then they go, oh, you know what? Yeah, we actually see this now as boring gameplay. Let's take it to tier 0. Tier 2, sorry. Because that's what we're getting. We're getting tier 0. It is no new tech. They have these boxes in game for ages. I kind of feel like you're always going to be disappointed with the way you look at the game. You know what I mean? Copy and paste. Every game is copy and pasted. Right? You have to do that. It's literally printing boxes for you to stack, because what were you expecting? What were you wanting to do? You know what I mean? Instead of harping on my channel, which I feel you're doing, go to Spectrum and write out a giant fucking feedback form on what you would actually like to see as salvaging as a reclaimer mechanic. Because personally, what I saw didn't look boring. It looked like I can actually interact with some salvaging team instead of being like, hey guys, look at our fucking reclaimer, our ship that for years has done nothing, right? It might just be stacking simple boxes, but in the future, who knows how it'll be, you know? Again, the only part of salvaging that we're getting right now is the hull stripping. When we get the mechanic where you start chewing up the metal and processing it, maybe you have to fucking do levers and shit on the grinder down below. Who knows, man? Again, it's only tier 0. But I would rather have basic gameplay than no gameplay. I wish SE did more copy and paste than reinventing the wheel. I wish so sometimes as well, but which team can stack? Fuck's sake. Sorry, chat. Which team can stack boxes faster whilst under fire? Yeah, that would be interesting. You could even sell boxes to cargo haulers at a random location where there's no TheDarkLaws around. Again, it's tier 0 gameplay. Just like everything else in this game, there's not many things that are past tier 1 and 2 right now. They have to build all the placeholders, all the boring copy and paste content to actually fill out the game, you know? There's so many roles, like information running is not available or anything like that. I wonder if they can keep the manual stacking of boxes in the reclaimer as they level up salvage. Again, you're not going to see any of this kind of stuff for the future, Glitch, right? This is literally tier 0. You're probably going to see this for a good year, as that's all your content for salvaging until they have the availability to work on other things, like being able to cut components off a ship, for example, and store them inside and all that jazz, you know? I kind of feel that most of the time people are expecting too much from Star Citizen. Like, you know what I mean? You've got so much, or I should say the community has a huge imagination on things that are never happening in this game. And a lot of people are pissed off about salvage already because I generally feel that they are fucking in Disneyland world of what's going to happen in this video game, and it's not going to happen like this. It was never promised like this. It's just fucking people making up shit, you know? It's not just nothing, it's a placeholder, dude. That's what I'm saying to you. It's not even tier 1 of a mechanic. It is just literally bringing in salvage just to get it underway. It's the same than when we first got mining. Mining was just literally basic shit as a placeholder, and now it actually has quite constructive gameplay. That's taken 2-3 years to achieve. The same with salvaging, you know what I mean? You can't just bring in a mechanic that is fully flushed out because they may not have an idea of where they're wanting to go with it, you know? And that's what I'm getting at. That what you see as boring gameplay, I see as just getting gameplay into the game. And that's more important than blank spots. Hey, Carl, thank you very much for upgrading, dude. Appreciate ya. Hey, Jonas, how you doing, Chief? How can people be upset about salvage already? PTU isn't even out yet. Because Roll Coop is upset that you have to stack boxes in a reclaimer. Because for the basic part of it, it is literally copy and paste from Jumptown, for example. But this is what we're going to be getting for a long time until other things are added in, you know? We're only getting hull stripping off the metal of a hull. We're not getting anything else like where you cut off components and cut out components, cut out doors and do things like that. And that will be more gameplay down the line, but that's not coming anytime soon. Salvage has to wait for Pez as well, as it's not possible without it. Well, again, there's a lot of mechanics in this game that require a lot of other core tech, which just doesn't exist just yet, you know? Again, this is not to be harsh, but I genuinely feel most of the Star Citizen community are in Disneyland fucking dream world, and they don't realize that they're not getting anything that they have in their heads. That's the reality check that they should be accepting. What you have in your head for Star Citizen isn't coming to fruition. You're just dreaming. And you were never promised these dreams. You've just created them in, you know, for yourself. And the only way you could ever see something like this that's in your head is that you would have to go to Spectrum and make a very detailed feedback post to add that idea to the developer's idea. And that's the only way. So everything where you just have to organize some cargo is just a Jumptown ripoff now? No, it's the mechanic of that it's creating a box, right? But again, what I'm trying to understand with this opinion is, what were you expecting? You know what I mean? Like for me, I see lasers cutting up the hull, and then it creates a box because it's been processed inside the machine, and you stack the box. I personally don't see what the issue would be with. Other people may, you know? But that's what opinions are for. Winding on Spectrum has proven effective in the past? Not really, actually. Not really. Again, I think CIG are getting to this stage, Jonas, where they're just going to start telling people to go and fuck themselves. You're just going to have to like it, lump it, basically. It will get to that stage. People will eventually piss off developers. Constantly moaning about something. Oh, that was a very, very silly thing to do. I had no interest in shooting you. No interest. Whee! Bodies disappeared. I mean, they have the mule forklift in game. We should see more box moving come in the future. Yeah, because again, this is what I was saying. You're going to have no more automated cargo stacking very shortly in the future. You're going to have to actually do it all yourselves. Or watch an NPC do it. It's all, instead of instantly automatic, it's going to be a timed thing. And if people don't like that, well... yeah, this is why you're going to be able to go and get a coffee or something whilst you wait. Sorry, guys. It would be good to flat. It would be good to have flat pack boxes stack up in the vulture as consumables. Again, we'll need to see how the actual thing. They're not really showing us how the vulture works. I would imagine it just sort of creates the boxes and pushes them out or something. But we'll see. But there are going to be players who are going to complain, why can't I solo a Jav? Well, again, CIG said you could always fly these ships solo. They didn't say that you could actually operate them solo. So we'll see when people freak out about that. Again, I don't really care about these things, because most of the time, anyone that freaks out about the basics of this game, I generally feel are not going to be playing this game in like 2 years' time anyway. They'll be doing something else. Haven't played the game in a while, but that honestly sounds great. To give a reason that trading with a smaller ship might be more doable. Exactly. I don't think many people realize this, that if you have it where it takes time to fill up a big ship, when you've got the crew to do that, and you're making that money, and you're doing all that gameplay loop, and you're pumping out that stuff, you're getting ahead of people because of it. And for example, as you said there, if you don't have that team, doing smaller cargo runs is going to be more profitable for you personally, because you're going to be able to do them and get these things done. So for me, anytime I hear that CIG are adding in mechanics to slow people down, to stop making money so fast, unless you actually work together and start doing stuff like in real life, you know? I'm all for that, slowing down gameplay loop. And if people don't like it, again, I always have to say this, is why are you playing a sandbox MMO? This is what these games are designed to do. They're meant to be fucking time consuming. If you don't have time to play Star Citizen, there are other games, No Man's Sky, that you can just literally turn on, turn off kind of vibe to it, you know? But I've never played a sandbox MMO where you don't have to, you have to put in fucking hours to get anywhere in the game. Hours. Hey, I know how you doing, Chief. EVE Online is a prime example of a sandbox MMO. If you don't have 6 months to put into that game, don't ever play EVE Online. That's a fact. If you don't have 6 months to play that game, do not play EVE Online. You'll never learn anything in it unless you put the time in. And Star Citizen will be the same thing. You ain't just picking up Star Citizen and sitting down and drooling over your fucking keyboard eventually, you know? You're actually going to have to work and learn things to progress in this game. Not just the easy mode that CIG has created for you just now. And this is why they should have never done it, in my opinion. They've made the game too crazy casual, you know? I like the idea. I like the idea of slow cargo running, having loads of little mules filling up a ship and having to watch the horizon, radar, all these things, interaction. That gets me going for this game. Not everyone else will be like that though. I hope an NPC can fly my hull whilst I fly escort in a fighter. I'm not sure if we'll ever get to the stage where you can have it where an NPC can fly a ship for you. Maybe, we'll see. But I bought a $1,000 ship. It should be available at the start. Again, people will get a reality check on that one. Yeah, you might be able to spend $1,000, but again, you're not just gonna fucking fly around in your 890 on day one launch. It ain't happening, sorry. You'll be too broke. Right now, cargo hauling is the biggest moneymaker. No, it's not. Not right now, it's not. Bounty hunting is the most money. You can make like 1 million UEC an hour if you know what you're doing with the like killing of hammerhead missions and stuff like that. A lot of the time, a lot of the missions right now pay way too much money. It's just literally to get people to test things out in the game. You're going to see mission money going down in the future. You're going to see refueling, rearming, repairing going up in price. You're going to see insurance times go up in time. And you'll see it where you won't be warping into an atmosphere 20 kilometers away from an outpost every time. These things will all change. I guarantee you that they will. Because they have to slow the game down. Yeah, there are cargo exploits right now, Razzie. That will get all obliterated before ever, you know what I mean? These things you don't need to care about. People selling Alpha UEC for Star Citizen right now, like whoever buys that is just fucking stupid, man. Because all of that's getting wiped, you know what I mean? Like, free 18, you're about to lose all all your money and reputation. All of this is going in free 18. All of this is gone. This is also getting wiped as well. So for me, Vaughn, level 6, all of this is going. You're losing all your money, there is no compensation, there is nothing, there is literally a big giant fist saying, fuck you. Welcome back to the grind. And I'm completely happy with that. I can't wait for free 18's full wipe. I was like, it was so annoying that people were getting like 1 million UEC here and there in free 17.2 and then keeping their reputation and stuff like that. It's just so pathetic, man. If you're going to wipe everyone and tell them to get fucked if they don't want to play the game. Tell them to come back when the game is finalized or something like that. I can't stand the oh, I was so close to getting my 890. Well, you're not getting your 890 because you just didn't put enough effort in, as far as I'm concerned, to get that 890. You know? You slacked at the final part. You didn't get it before the wipe, you know? That's just all I'm gonna ever say to somebody. Now you're going to get wiped, you're going to get your reputation lost. Now put some effort in if you want to get it back in time before the next wipe. And there will be multiple wipes before this game is ever in a release state. Because again, we keep finding exploits and stuff like that. Back in the day, we used to buy Alpha UEC from those sellers to fund our operations, especially the payout for players. But it was also like $1 a million. Again, you do know that's bannable, right, Jonas? You know that if CIG actually started to clamp down on stuff, if you buy money from players, that's, you lose your whole account. It is written in the TOS, by the way, if you do that. So, just want to point that out, guys. If you actually buy, if you spend real life money on in-game money, you can lose your accounts. And there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. They will pull your account away from you if you ever get caught. They probably don't care about it right now, because whatever. But the moment that this game stops wiping and you get caught doing that, you will lose thousands of dollars worth of assets. And there's nothing you will do to get it back. They will wipe you. Take everything from you. Because that is gold selling. You gotta be very careful with that one. Gotta be careful of that one.
Shields hit.
Speed up a little bit here. Dip this way. Bring them down lower. Push through this way. Connect again. And we're just buttering up. Good. There we go. Alright, let's push it down to here. Let's get all our energy back. Everything like that. I think it's got a gunner. Let's see though. And doesn't have a gun. We could do a reverse key. Fine. We'll just push around. One engine's gone. Oh, he's alt F forward. Yeah, he's quit.
Target destroyed.
You alt F forward, chat. You little fucking pushy. Bastard move, I know. I saw that yesterday with the Montreal team. Little fucking pushy. Flying the arrow. I always fly the arrow. It's like my little favorite. A bastard move to go, yeah. I thought that was really cool. The Montreal team saying that. I can't wait until you can Alt F4. It'll be so fun. Because people are pussies in real life. Scorpion up. So that translates into game as well. Is Daymar? Yeah, it is, yeah. Sorry. Probably thrown his mouse at the wall as well. Possibly. I figured if I wish to play the game, I need new hardware. My CPU and GPU no longer up to scratch. Yeah, that's the always ever annoyance with Star Citizen, where Yeah, having semi-decent kit makes it a lot easier. Their egos can't take losing to a real person. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Again, there's no reason to Alt F4. Die with some grace. Or don't do PvP to begin with. If you're that unathletic. Yeah, but again, you're creating a bad habit, Pox, where eventually down the line, you're going to lose that armor, right? You're not going to be getting away with it. When you Alt F4, I'm going to be killing you, and I'm taking your armor as well, and there's not a goddamn thing you're going to be able to do about it. So the best thing to do is stop using Alt F4. Stop using Alt F4. Learn to do without, kind of thing. You know? Yes, nice, good one. Woo! A smart player. A very smart player. Good man. That's what we like to see, chat. That's what we like. No needing to Alt F4, just be a little bit fucking shifty on the old mind. No flaw, no faulting that tactic right there. That's what we like. Isn't a Nomad? Nomad has free shields and free size free guns, Jonas. It kicks the fuck out of an arrow if you know what you're doing with it, right? Like, it literally has way more tank. But that guy was smart. Instead of bothering to get involved in something that maybe doesn't like, was aligning and out of there, you know? That's a smart player. None of these fucking idiots that just keep dying for no reason. Trying to test their fucking skills. It's like you don't have skills in the first place. Better to be a smart player than a dead player. I fly a Nomad myself. Nomad's really, really cool actually. It's like one of these really good starting ships. Like the Titan and the Nomad are really good. Because the Nomad allows you to literally put a rock on the back of it. And you never need to move the rock. You just literally get out of the pilot chair and then climb up on the ramp and stuff like that, get into the rock and just mine. You never need to move anything. It's so good. The only thing I wish, right? The only thing I wish... Hey, Anonymous. Thank you for that, dude. The only thing I wish they had done with the Nomad is, you know the back window of the hub area, instead of having to go out the side door, down the ladder, around, up on the ramp, I don't know why they just didn't put a door at the back that went onto the cargo ramp. That's the only thing I can never understand with the Nomad. Like, it would have just been so perfect. Or if it would have been like a climb through hatch or something like that. I just feel that was just such a waste to have a window when you could have had, like, a door, you know? Oh, fuck it. Are you coming back in an A2 to take me on that? Jesus. A fucking A2. I am way too ill. What are you doing, man? Holy fucking gypsy danger, like... This is where somebody's ego is cashing out right now, chat. Look at this. Backstrafing A2 in atmosphere against an arrow. I can't win in my cutlass, so I come back in an A2. Jeez. Man, drop a bomb. Drop a bomb. I dare you. Drop a bomb. I'll turn you into a fucking Christmas tree. Probably gonna go and spawn a ballista or something, I don't know. This is where, like, I wish I had my torpor. Just nuke it. It's Morph. I love how Morph has made himself into the biggest meme when it comes to A2, right? Where anytime you see an A2, people are like, it's a morphologist. Oh, it's so funny, man. So funny. A2 was a bomber to ground targets. Yeah, it's meant to drop bombs, yeah. But a lot of people use it to deal with fighters because it's overtuned right now for its mobility. It's super fast, it's super agile, it's super tanky. It can outturn Hornets and stuff like that and Buccaneers. It's so daft. I've killed a Gladius pilot with an A2. That's how stupid it is. And it will get nerfed, the mobility on it, because it's so bonkers, right? A big ship like that shouldn't be able to ballerina around. In atmosphere, anyway. But yeah, going back to Nomad, they should definitely make that a door, right? I think that would have been a really, really good situation for the Nomad. To be able to just crawl through, to go into the back, not having to get out of the ship, kind of thing. But yeah, they're definitely one of the good starships. I can only ever recommend the Titan and the Nomad, purely because the 100i I just don't think is good. And yeah, let's rack up 7 decoys just in case we're about to fucking deal with fucking ballistas. This guy who was in the Cutlass, GG's, if you were talking about me, I didn't Alt F4, I jumped out of the Cutlass since the back door was open. Ah, right, okay. Well, it looked very suspicious like an Alt F4, I apologize if that's not the case then. Jumping out the back door. Alright, that's a bold move, like. But that's what the thing is, like, whenever you see, when you target a ship and they stop moving, normally that's an indication that they've Alt F forward. So I apologize if it wasn't, that's the case. Pretty funny with the old, jumping out the back, though. Man, only if you had parachute, that would have been wicked. He said, fuck this shit, I'm out. Did you actually manage to jump out your ship? I'm curious, did you actually jump out? I'm gonna have to watch the VOD to see if there was actually any indication of that. Don't know what they're doing here. Seems to be getting quite busy though. I did have the exit to the menu since I was still... Oh, right, yeah. So you jumped out the ship and then you exit to menu. Yeah, it's whatever, man. Again, like, you gotta remember that eventually down the line, exiting to menu and Alt F4 are not going to save you. But then, to be honest, CIG should have it where you can parachute out of your ship, right? Kind of feel like that's a necessity that needs to be added into the game. Railgun in hand? Well, if you had a railgun, you could actually one-shot me, Jonas. An arrow is a one-shot for a railgun. So that would have actually been a fucking awesome move, like, jumping out the back, battlefield style, railgunning me in midair. Wasn't expecting it. Was more thinking it was an Alt F4 just because of how it looked. Yeah, that would have been pretty dope, actually. I wouldn't have been able to get angry at that one. Real gamer moment? Yeah. CIG definitely need to come up with some way of parachuting though. Like, it just needs to be basic. Because that's one of the biggest things for me is that I never press the ejection button in the fighter because it's like, what's the point, you know? I'm just gonna die anyway. Regarding the Nomad, at that point, won't it just be better to fork over a little bit more to get an arrow, Gladius, or cuts back? No, you've got to look at it though that the Nomad is like the Cutlass, right? It's just a money-making ship. So you want to use those ships to make your money and make your money easy because it's what those ships are designed to do. And then you go and buy an arrow in game or Gladius because they're only 900k, right? It's only 100k. What the fuck is this? That's going up now, right? Now you always want a starter ship to make money. Something that you can afford to run at the very beginning. And then you buy the things that you need in game, like Gladius, Saber, whatever, you know? That way it's so much easier on you. And you don't have to spend too much real life money on a ship. Because the starter ships are generally great for making money. And the Nomad, especially with its free shields, free size free guns, living quarters, it's really good for doing basic missions. It tanks really, really well. Good missile armament as well. The cockpit's not the best, but you could get a Titan if you would prefer to have a better cockpit, right? Paid like 20 bucks for the CCU from the Titan. Nomad wasn't there when I quit. Hardware related, right, okay. Yeah, for me, I can't recommend the Aurora and the Mustang. I just don't feel like it does its job well enough, you know? I always suggest the Titan or the Nomad. Even over a Cutlass. Like, for me, the Cutlass is in just such a bad state right now that if you don't have a gunner for the Cutlass, it's difficult, right? The Nomad made me my first mill credits. I made a bunch of SU boxes and sold them off. Railgun, rocket launcher, and farm from bunkers. Yeah, it's a good way of doing it. Alright, players back in the Nomad. Let's just mark it down as 1 just now so I can watch it whilst I'm scrolling for chat. Sorry guys. Still got this COVID cough. Ugh. It's very difficult. Like, if you are doing PvP with Nomad, Titan, Cutlass, Freelancer, any of these ships, just be very careful that it's better for you to go and do like NPC missions and make some money and then get yourself a dedicated fighter for the kind of PvP job of it. I would just never take a Cutlass into combat purely because of its weakness right now. And it's sort of the same with like the Nomad. Like, you can engage, but you've got to remember that you're not getting away from actual like fighters being like Arrow, Gladius, Blade, some other ships like that. You don't have the speed to outrun it. Alright, they're back in the Nomad. So here, I think we're in the same sort of scenario with the Nomad, where it's come to collect a rock, right? Now I've got no interest in killing this Nomad. But like the other Nomad, will it fly away or will it shoot at me? And it looks like it's flying away. Secondary target is a glaive coming in. Vandul in a glaive. Low as well, which is very, very interesting. I have to be very careful with a glaive, because in atmosphere, if I get hit by those 2 size 5s, that's not going to be pretty. And it's coming in really, really low, which is interesting. Not sure why you would choose a glaive, but again, it's that frontal damage that's going to be interesting. It can't catch me, and it is going to struggle in the turns. You can already see that it's stationary pretty much in that process, but this thing cannot catch me. It's pushing into distance now, but we're already up to the speed that it just wishes it could. There's a secondary target coming in, Gladius, in front of us. So we now have a Gladius and a glaive. Gladius flies past. This is where if we get into a dogfight now, the Vandal's pushing up. Again, the Vandal literally is a no threat long as we jet. We now have a 2v1 situation. The glaive has to go first, right? So we're gonna use a little bit of war tactics here. Let's get our speed and turning ability up here. It's pre-turning there. Gladius is coming in as well. Let's mark the Gladius there. We'll mark that one as 2. Bringing it down. Let's try out 1 missile on the Vandal ship. See? Vandal, I don't know if it's engaging me or if it's engaging the Gladius. We'll see. Right, so we got size 2s on that one. Alright. Again, the Vandal will not be able to, or the glaive, I should say, will not. Oh, we got another one coming in here. We got 2 glaives. Fuck me. 2 glaives and a Gladius. Oh, fucking hell. Man, if I get hit by these 2 guys, I am fucking dead. Holy shit, it's getting sweaty, boys. It's getting sweaty. There's a fucking Vandal fleet. What the fuck is this meme? We're pushing some serious G's around as well. Oh my god. It's about time, TDL, commit. Dude, I am committed. I'm taking them around on a little fucking merry-go-round right now. Again, try and see where we got. I don't see the secondary glaive. Let's bring this down. Again, the glaive is very, very slow in its turning, but we do have 2 inbound. Again, if I play this badly, we die. Because 4 size 5 cannons is not fun. Secondary 1 is going high, right? Again, let's bring it around. There's the 2 there. Gladius might not be able to keep up. We're gonna go for missiles there. So we've got the 3rd target now. Change that to that. I'm gonna dump them. I'm gonna just engage whilst we circle. And we get up to our speed again. Again, we are playing a little bit of battle of attrition right now, where we need to try and find... It's not just an easy task. They are bunched together. All three of them are bunched. We've got a fucking three-man squadron chasing after us. Let's lower that down to this. Back up to 3. There's the 3. Again, we're going to keep this into a circle. And keep our speed, because again, the glaive cannot do this. However, if I knock off one of those glaive wings, I will be in trouble. That is who I want. I'm going to be cutting through here a bit. Oh, where are you? There's the other one shooting above, right? Let's go on this. Vandal flies through. Aim on. Alright. Keep our speed trajectory up. Again, we'll go into... We have 2 cannoners. We have the Gladius that we want to watch into. Going for this one. Ando is pre-nosing on me now, so I'm going to cut across here. We'll keep our speed up once we get into that. I don't know what that was floating past. What is behind me? Yeah, there's a ship. I'm struggling to fucking target. There. We cut through here. There's like another one here. Targeting's really dodgy right now. Gotta watch here. Came through. And dive down. Again, the moment our shields are down, we don't want to take any of those size 5 hits. Let's bring it down here. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of Vandal, I think, first, or get the pressure off that one. Where that Gladius is. That could be the Gladius. Do that, like that. And through. Here. Keep our verticality up. And bring it back down. Don't know where the Gladius is right now. I'll black out too much. Gently does it. Yeah, no hit reg on that. And it's just going away. Bring it around. Push it this way. He's away again. They're playing it right, because again, like the glaive, the moment I get up on the glaive, it's too much for it. It's a cannoner, so it's got to play safe. However, it seems like the other ones have bugged out, so I'm expecting secondaries or swap outs very shortly. Possible swap outs. Vandal Day? Well, we've got two glaives chasing me, but they're staying at range. And then obviously when their shields drop, they're moving away, because again, you don't want to sit stationary as a Vandal glaive. Oh, this guy's coming in fast though, like. Good pressure out. Yeah, it's just, and it's at full speed going in a straight line, because obviously that's what you want to do. It wants to go backwards on me. Put this in. Oh, hit reg, aren't you so good? Yeah, I'm not getting anything as it moves around. Oh, I love you, hit reg, so much. Look at this shit. So garbage, eh? It's not the player's fault. It's just this game. I can't be bothered. I literally can't be bothered. Fucking scummy game. Glaive is pretty tanky. It's not tanky, dude. It's literally not fucking taking any damage. That's all. Literally beaming it and it's not taking any damage because it's just max speed. Hit reg goes out the window. It's nothing to do with the glaive. It's just the mechanics of this game. It's why PvP is just so shit right now. Moment you get up to speed, you're literally invulnerable. 2 shots. And I just can't be bothered chasing after. The same as they probably can't be bothered chasing after me. Pretty cool to see 2 glaives though. That is pretty cool. Targeting engines helps. Again, hit reg is hit reg. The game is so scuffed when it comes to registering shots right now, and it has been since like 3.16, so it is whatever. Hopefully we'll see some improvement. Ooh, we got multiples coming in now. What do we have? An arrow. Yeah, see, look, now they're swapping out to arrows. Bye. No, I can't be bothered. This is where, see what I mean? They went to go and swap out ships, like, ah dear. No, I can't be bothered fighting people like that. Let me go and swap out my ship as well. Let me go to a hangar. There's my fucking ship swap. Oh dear. 3 versus 1, we need to swap out to better ships because we can't do it with our fucking shit. Should have stayed committed to it. What's better, the Gladiator or the Vanguard Harbinger? Just want to lean torps and do PvE? I would probably say the Harbinger's better than the Gladiator for PvE. Just because you get the guns as well. Glaive is absolutely busted right now. It's not dead. It claps really, really fucking well. Again, when you're like in a fleet fight and you come in with like a glaive and you start shooting on a vanguard, it just disintegrates it. That's what it's designed for. Hey, Vashnier, thank you very much for the raid, dude. Appreciate that. Eclipse is kind of shooting cardboard, isn't it? Ain't it? No? Eclipse is in a really good state actually right now. For taking out bigger ships, if that's what you're asking for. Sorry to hear that, Zaman. They mean watching some Avenger video or something? Who? I'm on mouse and keyboard currently, but after my first PvE fight today I went sticks and Toby. PvP is really good on mouse and keyboard in this game right now. What am I most excited for coming in 3.18? Hopefully stability. But more, I think some of the like small changes here and there that probably won't get mentioned in any videos and stuff. I'm not gonna disclaim them just yet though. You were having a good conversation with Jack? Alright. Salvaging Pez. I think the massive Daymar improvements for 3.18, like we're getting the caves, sand caves, we're getting the what's it called? The derelict sites. Hopefully we'll get some cloud tech added in Gen 12. There's a huge amount of stuff coming in 3.18. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it goes. Good luck out there in the verse. I don't need luck. I need this fucking COVID cough to be taken away from me. I appreciate the raid, dude. SBK, oh yeah, I forgot about that. SBK as well. SBK redo, salvaging, Pez, Gen 12 stuff, new cloud stuff that's meant to look like Flight Simulator clouds. Hopefully shield holes are fixed. It would be nice if hit registry wasn't a factor. I don't think we're gonna see any countermeasure missile changes, flight changes, probably nothing in free 18. CAG have talked about that a bit. Corsair coming out, which I think a lot of people are interested in. Cargo refactor, yeah, I mean free 18 is generally a pretty fucking beastly patch. A beastly patch. Hey X Matrix, how you doing, Chief? So there's quite a lot actually. I don't know if CIG will get it all out at the same time. That would be pretty dope, but remember with a lot of features. Alright, fucking Uncle Ben. With great features comes great bugs, or whatever you want to call it. Oh man. Need to get some more cough medicine. PD is going to be forever but good. Well, they said that free 18 should be out by mid-November, so whatever, man. PTU, live, whatever. Well, you're not gonna get, I don't think you're gonna get that for free 18, maybe free 19. I don't think there's anything for bounty hunting on the roadmap for free 18. Unless I've missed it. Let's go and get some water. Sorry, chat. Yeah, better slow down. Fucking this weird container. Oh my god, Jesus fucking Christ. What the hell is going on here? Like, how many fucking Avengers are there? Jeez. Jeez.
Landing gear deployed.
There's like fucking 3 Titans or something. Oof. And an A90 sitting there at the front. They're not used to these joysticks for the down strafing and stuff like that. Nice. Not touching. Alright, fair enough. When free 18 is on live, will you have a friend in a vulture? I have quite a few people who watch my channel who are salvage enthusiasts, and hopefully they will be. Razzie wants to do like a 50-50 split, so yeah, Wyverex has been here for a very long time wanting to do salvaging, so we'll see how it goes. All depends on how much money you actually make from it. That'll be down to CIG. Oh, this one's bugged. Alright. Do this one here. Vulture's going to be awesome. Yeah, I think I also really like the way that they've got the handheld stuff for salvaging. I think it's pretty clean. I like how you have to have a like a container attached to your multi-tool and stuff like that. The hidden gameplay of 317.2. Yeah. Oh my god. My poor throat chat. Now we play with the other lift. Gundam Evolution, yeah, is coming out soon. I'm interested to see how that will actually work out. I've been watching quite a few. Oh, you swine. Barbados is OP. Well, that was to be expected, right? Buy some real maca tea that will clean your body. Nah, I'm good just now. Oh, this is bugged again. Oh no, it goes through. Oh, somebody knocked all the boxes down. It was you. You look guilty.
Welcome to the
It was this
ASOP
lovely,
vehicle retrieval system.
lovely setup here.
Your insurance
Need to get like
has been set.
a cup of tea though.
Please visit us again.
Get a cup of tea. Yeah, I'll get a cup of tea. I'll go and have some cough medicine. I'll be back in a sec, chat. Give me 2 minutes. 2 or 3 minutes. yeah. Good old tea. Oh dear. I'll be so glad when this part of the COVID stuff is over. Just once it's out of this area. Ugh. It's so rough, man. One of these most annoying things. Gundam is doing Twitch drops next week, I think. Oh. Yeah, I need to check out the game a bit more. I've just not had time. Not had any time. Right. Ugh. My monitor. Is it releasing this week? Gundam Evolution. Open beta, I think, very soon. Nice. Yeah, I'll definitely get that installed. Follow the sound. Oh dear. Then next month we got Witch of Mercury coming out. I'm looking forward to that. However, that's gonna be a pain, like one episode every week. I hate one episode a week. It's the same with like Ring of Power and fucking House of Dragons. I'm like, ugh, gotta wait a whole week, man, to get this stuff. October the 15th, that's not that bad then. Not that bad.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Why does it keep giving me such a big hanger?
Enfield Aerospace. All systems online.
My brain is so mush. Yesterday when I went out with the... What the fuck? What the fuck, game? Why did it just suddenly fucking sprint or strafe all the way up? Sometimes I wonder, like, is it my joystick that does it? Or is it the game just being an absolute dick? Nice landing. It wasn't even a fucking landing, it was, I turned my power to fucking thrust and it just went rocketing into the fucking roof. Ugh. That was a bug. Back in the day, if you guys remember when they first brought out Levski, Levski had this weird magnetic fucking problem with it, where the moment that you went in, the object containers just went crazy, right? And that's what that reminded me of right there. Literally just fucking goes from 0 to Narnia, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Welcome to the ASOP
I can't wait until they get rid of object containers for some of these locations, because they're really, really bad.
Your insurance claim has been sent. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
Yeah, some Carthol stuff, yeah. So cancerous, man. See if it happens again. Also, this is not loading. Anytime. Usually I find you need to watch 2 episodes at a time to get a decent fix. Yeah, that's very true. Anytime now, game. On. Is it verticade? Oh, it's verticade, that's why. No. No, it's still rolling. Somebody just accessed a thing there. I am literally stuck on this pad though. I can't wait till this is just not part of the game anymore.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
Alright.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
What a weird ass system. I had a weird bug today. The P-72 controls went inverted, up and down, left, right. All other ships were normal. Again, it happens, eh? Be very interested to see if it happens again. I'm gonna do the exact same thing as I did. So we get in, we turn it on, we set up our MFDs, and then we put all power to engines. Let's see what happens. So power on, set up MFDs.
Aerospace. All systems online.
As we always do, right? Let's do it there. Alright. Sort out radar. All power to engines. Take off. Oh. Now I can't take off anymore. For fuck's sake, man. Let's see if this will sort out. I'll need to kill this. See if this is connected. Yeah. And now it works again. Fucking weird, man. I swear, like, out of all the games I've ever played with joysticks and stuff, the options for Star Citizen is just the weirdest. What the fuck is with all the glaives? What is with people in glaives?
Landing gear raised.
Do people get access to the glaive this weekend or something? 3 glaives. Fucking bizarre, man. Options UI overhaul? Yeah. Who's it? A Sentinel. Mother of God. 1 day persistent MFDs. Ah, I know. I know. I know. There's a lot of things I can't wait for, like those small little quality of life things that we get in Star Citizen that just make it more appealing for people. You know, MFDs, settings don't... Oh my god, we're getting interdicted? No way. Oh my god, an emergency stop, it's an Aurora. How the fuck we did an Aurora stop me? Hello.
Target destroyed.
Bye bye. Oh, hello. Whee. Also, how the fuck have you got a QED? Like, this is what I never understand, right? How the fuck do the NPCs get all the dampeners on their ships, and we don't? A fucking stalker with a QED dampener would be pretty baller, actually. I don't know if it would be that good in atmosphere, but... maybe it'd be actually quite a good idea if CIG changed out where you could have a ship that... if it can fit a EMP, it can fit a QED. That would be kind of cool. So Stalker... no, a Warlock... Stalker actually should have it. A Stalker doesn't have a dampener, does it? I kind of feel like it should have, right? I mean, how are you meant to stop people in that ship? Raven with QED? No, you're not allowed to have an EMP and a QED at the same time. That's broken as fuck. But yeah, it'd be kind of cool if you actually had a Raven with a dampener field to it, you know? A Hawk with a dampener field. Stalker? That would actually be pretty dope. That would be pretty cool, actually. Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Only Blue and Mantis have damp, I think. Yeah, for now, anyway. I mean, seriously, apart from having the cells in the back of a stalker, what fucking use is that ship? Like, you can't do anything with it. So having a QED or a dampener weapon on the front instead of the size 4 would actually be pretty dope. Like, you shoot a harpoon out or something like that and it disables people from being able to warp away for a period of time. That would be sweet. That would bring in some use for these ships. There's a lot of fighters that, if you think about it, literally have no purpose in this game. Yet, anyway. And I feel so tired as well. Yesterday I was late on because I felt tired during the day. So I feel tired again. Really want to get out of this sort of like meme right now. Ooh, Gladius coming in above us. Moving at speed. Targeting. It's staying high. Typical Gladius behavior. It's gonna stay high because it'll get dropped behind by the arrow. So it stays at that height. The thing is though, every time we do like an afterburner turn here, this is where the Gladius starts to slow its speed right down. That it's good in the pursuit, but it won't be able to maintain this circle of fire, or circle of flight I should say. See how it starts to slow down? So he's pushing now, he's afterburning quite a bit. We'll up strafe here. Right. Push it into more circle behavior. And we push away because again, it can't keep up within that movement and it drops down behind. It's gonna go high, we're gonna swap over here. We push through. And it drops again behind. Oh, fuck off, dude. Seriously. Ugh. Thank you for the bits. Not impressed whilst in a fight. Alright. Coming in now. Lots of pre-nosing that turn round, right? But again, having to hold that afterburner. And there you go. Gotta watch those G's when you come around corners. Thank you again, Senela. But again, please don't do that whilst I'm in a fight, especially in this mood. TDL is the only player that can kill without shooting. Yeah, I did shoot. That was a nice skin though. The Gladius had a really nice skin. It's got the new fuck, I can't say it. Metallic skin. It looks really, really good. But again, there's where, again, like, you can be somebody that will sit in Arena Commander and play and all that jazz, but gravity is a bitch if you do not understand it in this game. And the overshooting. 3 times I did the same thing to see how the pilot would have react. And every time it did the exact same thing. Overshot. Spent too much time focusing on the pip and afterburning at the wrong time, and it drifted its ass into the ground because of it. And it's gonna get better as well for the future for somebody like me, because when they add in aerodynamics, you will stall yourself out if you don't angle correctly. So even though you right now you can overshoot and crash into the ground because of these things, the moment that aerodynamics comes in, it means you will also be stuck in a rut where if you do not have a certain like turn of velocity, you will just be sat still, and there's no way you can pull away on somebody that will use the vertical and the horizontal movement. I can't wait for that. I can't wait where you don't have to spend too much time shooting at somebody. You can just literally make them stall out because of it. Imagine a Nautilus with laying out QED landmines one day. I don't think you'll ever see a Nautilus be able to put like QED minefield down or something like that. I just doubt it, right? ZIG will implement ways to stop people from warping away, but I think the easiest way would be just to put pressure on subsystems, so you could target like the QED, not the QED, the Quantum, and blast away damage onto it, causing it to disrupt or something like that, right? That is... I think that's more important than having gimmicky stuff in the game. Like, and I'm gonna go with the EVE Online gimmicky stuff, like bubbles and webs and scrams and stuff like that. It's just like, no. I'm so exhausted today. I was wanting to do a longer stream as well, but fatigue is just kicking in hard, like... I want this to shift as well so I can start doing weights again. How often do you use spacebar during this flight? Hardly any. For certain turns, like say for example you're gonna angle into a bank. Right now we're just pushing forward on the joystick, so if I bring it up here so you can see, forward on the joystick, my twist is my upstrafe. But because of certain speeds in this game, in atmosphere, you don't actually want to upstrafe or use your yaw, because you'll create flight lag because of it. So we're just pushing forward at this stage, no afterburner, and rocking the bank. However, if we want to turn into the bank harder, you can see now I'm upstrafing into it, so we're pushing 7 Gs, we're going to pull back a little bit more, 8, 9 Gs into it, we're starting to black out, but we're also losing a lot of airspeed because of it. So sometimes when you're wanting to be defensive, the best thing to do is to not upstrafe. Because the moment that you create lag, or flight lag in this game, it's just like in like any other game where you lose your airspeed. And right now, I can go round in this wonderful circle at 7, 8 Gs at 400 meters a second, and I don't need to waste any afterburner. I'm just soaring right now. So while somebody tries to upstrafe and afterburner to tighten off circles to get on pip, I can save all my energy for defensive play. And it was the same with that Gladius right there, that it's pushing it's to come in hard, right? Circle strafe to get around the shots, but simply by me pushing here and then pushing all my angle onto it, as it's trying to get behind. And the typical play is, if you've noticed, that a lot of people these days backstrafe, because backstrafe is so powerful in the game right now, because you use 50% less afterburner when you backstrafe, even when you're turning. And that's what happened to that Gladius in that fight. It got into the mentality of 1v1, where when you get past somebody, you start backstrafing to pull people. And it backstrafed its ass into the fucking ground. And this is where, eventually down the line, backstrafing is going to be removed from this game for being a valid tactic, apart from just slowing yourself down. So right now, you use backstrafe to maybe get your nose round, right? Backstrafe. But then you're forward strafing to keep your speed up, because if you go into a backstrafe, you're actually just fucking stationary, right? And you're doing this. And this is the biggest mistake people make in Atmosphere, like the Gladius there, is when you're backstrafing, you're being pushed into the ground. And eventually down the line with control surfaces, the moment you backstrafe, the moment you're going to stall your ship. And it's going to be glorious when you see everyone who's so used to backstrafing. It's why I don't practice it. It's why I don't engage people. Here comes the Gladius again, booming and zooming, same person. I don't do the typical 1v1 arena commander style, because again, it's just not worth it to create these bad habits. How do you like the new Verpals? I really like the primes. And the CM bases, but I'm just not used to it yet, you know? So again, here we go. The Gladius is 1700. We're going now into a 2-circle defense play, where I'm at 480, right? I am fucking soaring around this circle right now, and he's coming near. He's dropping in faster. He's gonna use his afterburner to push into that slot to try and get behind me. That's fine. We won that play. As fires end off. Now we're going to afterburner and we're going to push this circle down, right? So as we push here, now we might bail out of this. We'll see. Beautifully. And again, it's 2-6 away at that situation. Let's use a bit of the old light, right? So as we're coming forward, we're going to cancel off our circle. This is where the Gladius is at a low height. So unless the Gladius goes up into an outer sort of defense move or attack move, it is subjected to very low speeds. It can only do like 500-600. So we're going to do again push here. Slow ourselves down. It's going to roll to circle strafe. And we're just going to push through like this. It uses all its force and it's stalled out. See? It's stalled out. You can see it rocking around, unable, because it's yawing to try and get around, and it's just literally stalled all its energy. And it's going to cut here low. We'll push. Right? Same fucking thing. Didn't learn from the first time. 2 for 2. I will fucking outfly you guys. You think your arena commander shit is fucking hot? You might be better at aiming at me. You might be able to fucking circle strafe better than me, but your fucking intelligence is shit. Absolutely shit. 2 times now played you into the same thing. Give me air surfaces and control surfaces and you're all fucked. Absolutely fucked. Your aiming won't mean shit versus me. Because again, you're just getting played into this motion. Have they talked about fuel consumption balance yet? I think hydro goes out too fast. Not really, no. No. I don't think it does. I think it's in a decent way right now. I kind of wish that it would be more, you know? Like, if you use more hydrogen, you know? you would use, or like your afterburner would be better and all that jazz. Hey, Tough, how you doing, sir? And again, this is where I always say it. Arena Commander creates bad habits. Very bad habits. When you're so used to having to fucking backstrafe to win fights, you don't realize where you're going. And hopefully this will change very shortly. Ugh. Can you feel the extra weight of them compared to the original alphas? Yeah, you can. It's about 100 grams of extra weight. And you can definitely feel it. It's really nice. I don't know if it'll be everyone's cup of tea, but... yeah, I definitely feel like I like this extra weight in the joysticks. I should make a book, The Art of Flight. Oh man.
Hydrogen fuel is at 100%.
Oh man. I don't know how much longer I've got, guys. It's getting quite rough. Weakness is kicking in. Hopefully next week we'll be able to extend our hours. I don't feel so shit all the time. If that's on. Orison today, I think. Or it should be anyway. I haven't missed any chat. Oh my, what was this about the... they're using the free sub glaives for the Ninetales. Ah, right, okay. Interesting. Oh. I think this week we'll need to get Saber out at Hurston. Not flown the Saber for a while. Shame that didn't get a skin from the pirate stuff. That would have been really, really dope. Again, I generally feel like you should have more options than just Gladius and Vanguard all the time. What's this? Saw this on Instagram. Nice one, Tough. The king wolf. Cough. I'm wondering if they'll do any upgrade to the Corsair. Like what kind of tank it'll have. Because if I remember correctly, didn't it have a large shield? It was like a Connie, basically, a Drake Connie. Need free 18 though. Hope the auto splash guy comes again. I don't know, dude. I don't think it'll work a third time, right? Auto splash. Right to the school of Goose. Again, it's a common thing when people oversteer in atmosphere. Especially on places like Calliope that have a very hard atmosphere, Hurston as well. When you get low on Hurston, you think you've got plenty of room to navigate, but you don't because of how much you lose your speed. Seen a lot of people hit the dark on Hurston, which is nuts to think when you've got like what 120 kilometer of traveling distance between the ground and up. Which base did you get with your verbals? The I'm using the CM Freeze right now. CM Freeze. Verbal sent me the primes, CM Free bases, and the throttle. The throttle I'll be showcasing off next week when the mount arrives. And I'm using no center cams, Cosmo, heavy springs, where are pretty much all the way tensioned, and then my dry clutch settings. And it's definitely a different ball game. Like there are certain, like for PvP, it's gonna take me a wee while to get used to the actual movement of it. That's why I'm not really bothering right now. Because whilst I've still got this sort of like meh from COVID, I just don't have the full strength to deal with it. So it's more just, I'll pick my fights in my favor kind of thing. I'm not gonna do anything risky because I don't have the strength to do a round right now. But it's definitely good for producing certain turns without losing the or gaining flight lag. I definitely have noticed a massive improvement in my speed where without Afterburner I'm now able to turn, keep that 500 right now. So we're not even using Afterburner. 500 meters a second in a circle right now, not losing speed. I'm literally a fucking invulnerable part right now. You would have to use that so much Afterburner to keep up with this. And again, I can lower the speed down, drag it to turn the circle a bit more. Afterburner plus upstrafe. It's really nice. It's a lot more smoother than the Warbird, but for PvP still needs a lot of playing around with it. You must have a button binded for that. I think it's just a factor of the moment that they do their merge, they start backstrafing. So I only know 1 or 2 people that do that kind of combat right from the get-go. And that's somebody that's been watching somebody's certain videos, I would have to say, from my experience. Because I hardly know any decent PvPers that will literally go into a merge and they won't instantly go back strafing, and that's what's happened to that Gladius. It goes into a turn and it doesn't realize it's so low to the ground, and it just instantly back strafes to get the advantage, and it dies because of it. I hate that fucking backstrafe so much in this game. It literally makes the most cancerous gameplay. Because whoever backstrafes first wins. Unless you know how to deal with it. So for somebody that's new to the game, they're constantly wasting all their resources going forward while somebody uses half the resources going backwards. Well, I wasn't gonna say names, but obviously that is where you see that form of technique. The dude does backstrafe a shit ton, like. You can see it in the videos, you can see it in the streams. Pirate Swarm broken, can't get the skins. You don't need to do Pirate Swarm to get the skins, you just buy them, dude. Just buy them from the extra website. You don't have to. You only do Pirate Swarm to unlock the Pirate Gladius. Who fucking cares about the Pirate Gladius? It's an overexpensive fucking skin meme. But if you're wanting the new metallic ones, you just buy them from the store. You want the old ones? Caterpillar and Gladius? Oh well. I don't know why anyone would spend that extra money on a fucking skin. A red skin for that nonsense. I really think that CIG should stop doing it that way. They should just sell Gladius and you get the Pirate Gladius skin. Not this fucking separate model, man. There's nothing to hide since that thing got like a trademark name or not. True. Hey, Burken. How you doing, Chief? Or at least allow a CCU to the pirate variant. There just shouldn't be a pirate variant. It should be, it should be where you... There should not be any Gladius variants or Saber variants, in my opinion. It should just be you get a Gladius and you get the Pirate Gladius skin. It's an absolute joke how you have to spend so much extra money just for a name. Yeah, it's definitely not worth it. Like, the skin's not that good anymore, or doesn't look that good compared to like the metallic ones, I feel. But you get nothing special, just you spend more money on a Gladius and the skin. It's an absolute rip-off, I feel. But each to their own. It's the same with the caterpillar. I don't know why they just didn't sell the skin separately for the caterpillar as well. Because not everyone wants another gladius or another caterpillar. They just want the skin. These things that CIG did, these ones are always weird. It's like the Saber Comet, you know? There's no difference with the Saber Comet, it's just a skin. Yet you pay so much extra money for this fit that's so shit as well, like... This is how CIG brought or got ways for people to spend more money, was the fact that these ships had better fits originally, and now their fits are garbage, but they still charge you that extra money for it. The Intel Saber? The Raven. Well, the Raven's a completely different thing, right? I'm talking about the Saber and the Saber Comet. It's the exact ship, same ship, just with a different skin, that's it. It should just be sold as a Saber with the Comet skin, I feel. Inbound. A hawk. Interesting. Whew. Don't know about you, Mr. Hawk, but fuck me, that EM spikage is juicy. There you go, have that. Ooh, it's cannon? Has it got cannons? Oh yeah. Been a while since I fought a hawk. Be careful with this. Whew. Push through just now. Our shield's up. Ooh, overstepped your afterburner on that one, dude. That will be the mistake here. And the wing. It'll be hard for that to recover, so we'll just finish off quickly. Good fight, dude. It's difficult. It's difficult when you get the wing sheared off. Interesting with the cannon fit. Oh man, this joystick is fucking up again, man. I definitely feel that this thing is causing real memes, like, see, it's upstrafing for no reason. And it keeps doing this as well, which is super frustrating. And this, I've had this before, where it's a connection issue with the Verpal. As in it's not sitting in the track correctly. I may have to send this alpha back for them to fix it. It's because they keep insisting on doing pins for their fucking joysticks. That's all it is just a really bad connection. Now it's settling off. So strange. Okay, it doesn't happen all the time, but I definitely feel that this joystick just needs to have its pin system readjusted. Oh yeah. Hawk is not faster than the arrow, right? So one mistake and you're screwed. The fit is what was wrong with it, Razzie. If it had come with repeaters, it might have been more of a threat, but because it's using cannons, I can just slip underneath cannon fire. The Hawk is actually really good in atmosphere compared to what it used to be. But again, it's one of these things where you can't engage like you do in space or when you're against NPCs. So whenever I engage somebody, I'm making you lose all your flight speed. And in Star Citizen atmosphere, flight speed is more important than how sweaty a Arena Commander pilot you are, or, you know, what your fit is. And that's how I always deal with people to a certain degree, is that I will get them to fall into a place that they don't want to be and then deal with it, because again, that's my flight style. And in the future, when we actually have control surfaces and aerodynamics, my style will actually be a lot more dominant than other people's, because I'm constantly watching my vectors and angles of approach and stuff like that. I'm not trying to wiggle my pip and fucking do all this nonsense backstrafing that other people do. So when I deal with people that are obviously really good in the current state of the game, obviously I can't fight them. Because I don't practice this fucking gotta aim nonsense. I practice tactics over anything else. Because again, in the future, your backstrafing, fucking wiggly tricording is not going to save you in this game. CIG have stated many times that they want to get rid of this sort of system because it fucks the game up. It's not dogfighting, it's just literally, you know, fucking stupid merging that people fucking make weird names for, right? And then what they don't tell you is that they instantly go backstrafe, 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 and just fucking drag you into this weird bubble effect. And you don't realize that it's happening. You literally don't realize it's happening. And it's why it sucks for a lot of PvPers who are starting off in the game. They don't realize as they're trying to go forward to engage, they're just being literally, the person going backwards has huge advantage over the person going forwards. Because they're using half the afterburner. So they're always able to cut these angles much easier. And this is where when that stuff gets taken out of the game, it will be so good for everyone. And you'll finally get to see some of these people who are praised as top PvPers, they're actually very bad. And all they do is use the cheese of the game to make it look like they're good. And we've seen this before many times, you know. It's the same people disappear from playing Star Citizen the moment that CIG correct this, and they only ever come back when the game is in a bad state. And it suits more to their, like, the cheese playstyle. An Atmo map in Arena Commander would be great improvement. The juice would be worth the squeeze. Well, they want to actually eventually get into Arena Commander. But there's no point trying to build it until there's an actual, like, aerodynamic setup, right? That would just be pointless. Again, the moment that we get out of this really bad rut of gameplay, it's going to be a lot better for a lot of people. Easier to understand. You're not having to learn really bad cheesy habits just to fucking win your fights. And the funny thing is though, every one of these little fucking cheesy tactics don't work when you've got two people on you. You just get absolutely fucking ruffle stomped. If you have somebody that knows exactly what they're doing, it doesn't matter how fucking good an Arena Commando are, you are getting absolutely wrecked. Because you can't do the backstrafe bullshit in the atmosphere as you can in space. And you see it when you fight people like on Hurston, or like an even harder atmosphere. Jumptown, for example, we've got all those guys chasing after me when I was in my fucking Saber. And we're just flying around like it's nothing, because again, they're so used to this weird habit that only works in a few situations. And because people practice it, they get themselves into a really bad habit. And we've had this as well, like after Free 4, like Free 5, Free 6, when they started changing around things, you could easily see people were in this weird bad habit mode as well. But I think the next flight model will be really good. If it gets rid of the cheese, I will be happy. I will put some time and effort into learning it. But the game has to go from this fucking sitting looking at each other gameplay. It's so dull. I've never played a dogfighting game that is so unathletic. Like, even Elite Dangerous PvP is better than Star Citizen's PvP. Rearm? No, I didn't rearm. Today's definitely been a lot more filled, I want to say, than yesterday. Yesterday was very difficult for me. Give server message. Anyway, 318 Daymar should be a little bit more populated, I think. All those people chasing after the Delark sites. You talking when you merge? What do you mean? What are you talking about, Rezi? You need to elaborate on that question a little bit more, dude. Which part were you thinking about with when talking about with the merge? You don't understand backstrafe? You're talking when two players are about to merge. No, watch this, right? Right now in Star Citizen, you can do this, right? I am in atmosphere going Mach 1 backwards, faster than the speed of sound backwards, in a ship that doesn't look at all like it should be able to do that. That is scuffed as fuck. But when you go backwards in Star Citizen, right? So when you're pulling backwards and backstrafing, you actually use 50% less afterburner than somebody pushing forward, yet you're able to achieve the speed, especially in space. When you're going backwards, you're able to get to the maximum speed like you're going forward. So when somebody is pushing forward, they're using 50% more afterburner than somebody who's going backwards. They're able to cut and turn and do all the same things as you are. The difference is they're using half the afterburner. So whoever goes backwards first and knows what they're doing is literally using cheese mechanics to win fights. And then they claim that they're good. They're not good. They are just literally going backwards and using this shit right now. And CIG are aware of it, where you don't use the full potential when you're going backwards. So whoever goes backwards first has an advantage over somebody trying to get forward, because the person who's going forward is using double the resources, but they can't catch you because you're able to go the same speed backwards anyway. It's just a shitty way of doing dogfighting right now. And a lot of people don't realize that. They don't realize that when somebody is going backwards, they have the advantage over you. Just basically where... So for me, I don't think you should have... One can look at it that you could go forward, right? And decouple and then just drift backwards. That's fine, right? We're not talking, or we don't have an issue with people who are doing something like that. The issue is that whoever can get into this backstrafe fight has the advantage over anyone who's going forward. So how do you get around it? The simple thing is, you just take away the ability to go fast backwards. That's it, right? So when somebody is going like, say 500 meters a second, you can't get to 500 meters a second by going backwards. It would take too long, okay? And that's not the case in the game right now. People have the ability to just get up to high speeds by going backwards and continuing this like backward method. So all that CIG has to do is just lower it down basically, right? Okay, we're just gonna fucking do this because I can't be bothered.
Target destroyed.
Over this one first. Look at it. It's going fucking backwards, chat. The NPC is going backwards. This is how fucking scuffed it is, right?
Target destroyed.
Who is that in the distance?
Special delivery.
Special delivery. Go. This is a Titan. It might be here for its mission. Let's just let it engage. I think the Cutlass is probably what it's going for. Go through here. I don't know. Alright, let's just get rid of some of the shit that's on us. Backstrafe! Woo! See what I mean? Even the NPCs do it. Because CIG's created this fucking really fucked up flight model. Where it's just better to backstrafe than it is to go forward in this game. So strange. Maybe Steg could create a team to play the game and get these. Oh no, they do have a team. Again, you've got to understand that CIG are constantly having to pick up the pieces of previous teams, right? Beside pip wiggling, so the backstrafe would probably be the biggest one for cheese tactics because again, it's a very unfair thing to do. Whoever goes backwards gets an advantage. It should be the other way around, personally. Whoever pushes forward should be able to get around on people and stuff like that. But there's not actually that many cheese tactics afterwards. I mean, there's some broken ass ships and stuff like that, but they will get fixed in the future, so I don't really care about that. It's mainly the model is the biggest deal with Star Citizen right now. And again, the simplest way to fix the backstrafing is just don't make backstrafing powerful. You know what they could do, right? They could have it where backstrafe allows you to get into position, right? But if you actually want to slow down, you should be pressing space brake or something like that, I feel. This would force people to be able to slow down, but also not just fucking hold backwards afterburner and keep trying to go faster and faster backwards. But we do know that CIG are working on this. You're eventually going to see where backstrafing just isn't a valid tactic in combat apart from bringing your nose around. So instead of somebody going like this in space whilst you're pushing forward, it's going to be more of this kind of combat, where you're getting into circle fights and strafing on each other. It's not going to be this looking at each other method that we have right now, because it's very boring. If anyone thinks PvP in Star Citizen is good, you are not dogfighting at all. It is just literally an FPS shooter right now. And you're not going to attract people into this game on that kind of mentality. And I want it where you are actually dogfighting in this game. You are in a bigger ship with a big turret and you're defending yourself, not having to fucking spin around and do all this weird nonsense just to avoid gunfire. What do I think of Avenger 1? I think Avenger 1 is a really, like, he's a cool dude, but he does backstrafe a shit ton. You see it in his videos, you see it in his streams, and until somebody doesn't use this mentality because the game doesn't allow it, I can't ever consider anyone good at PvP in this game at all. And that's not to belittle Avenger 1, it's just literally this method of PvP is so shit. It's so shit. And if you know what you're doing, which he does, you can massively use it as an advantage over somebody who doesn't even know about it. And that's the part I dislike about people. Because they are always using cheese to win. And I don't do it. I don't use cheese to win. Fair enough, I'm not winning many fights as it is, but again, I will not showcase this shit to people on my channel. I will not use everything possible to fucking cheese things down. I sit my ass in an arrow, I sit myself in a hard atmosphere, I can't fly backwards at high speed, and I don't do pip wiggling to play the game. I think it's a sad state of affair with the way the game is. But everyone does it though, so it's not me like singly pointing out Avenger 1. It's just want to say that it is very, very noticeable when you watch the man's videos. What is pip wiggling? It's manipulating the pip. So when you're aiming at somebody, right, and they're coming towards you, if they know what to do with pip wiggling, this pip, instead of it being center on the fuselage, will extend out. So whilst you're having to aim on the pip that is extending out, they can then rotate it around where it's constantly doing this motion and stuff like that. Is anyone but you good at PvP? I'm not good at PvP, Savage Beagle. I'm not good. I just don't do... Like, if... the only way somebody would ever class me good right now is if I did everything the same as everyone else and fucking practice this cheese. And I won't do it, man. I won't lower myself into this caliber of, oh, I'm a good PvPer, but I'm gonna use every cheese mechanic to fucking win fights. Fuck that, dude. I've got more pride in myself than having to go to this crap. I'll just wait until the game is not in a cheesable state. And then I'll actually practice the game, you know? What do you think the Buccaneer or Interceptors in general? I personally feel that light fighters have to lose their size 3 weapons before anything like the Buccaneer or the Hornet or the Saber is ever justified in this game, personally. That's how I look at it, Pox. You know what I mean? Like, I used to be... Avenger 1 would never be able to beat me back in 3.7, 3.8. I would absolutely shit on him. No joke. And that's not just because I like saying, like, literally there was pretty much nobody could beat me in 3.7, 3.8. I was at the top of my fucking game. And the gameplay has just gone so weird that I just don't practice sweaty PvP anymore. And I'm just at the stage where I will wait to see how CIG fix all these things before I ever give a damn about it, you know? And this is why I always say, like, there's no point idolizing people. Like, I don't even know why when people are going to other channels, like, oh, DarkLaw's really good at PvP. No, I'm not. I'm just fucking smart. That's it. I know how to manipulate you in atmosphere. That's it. But I'm shit at aiming. And if we go into space, I just fucking hate how you have to do all that cheese just to fucking fight. It's boring. And I never rate myself as a good PvPer. Just a very smart PvPer. That's it. Because again, I don't wiggle my pip. I don't fucking use backstrafing cheese. You know? I don't sit in space waiting for somebody to fall into that trap. I sit in atmosphere, and if I can't kill you with certain turns, then I just drag you around for fun. Dio's a legend at ranting. True, very true. But I don't blame any player like Avenger 1 or any of the PvPers that you see that do it in Arena Commander. I don't blame anyone for using the cheese in the game. Because here's the funny thing, people will always use cheese to get an advantage over players. But for me, it's like, why do you lower yourself down to that level just to fucking kill people that are meaningless? You know? You want to be known as a good PvPer, but you use all the cheese tactics to get to that level. That shows you the caliber of PvPer. You will do anything just to, it's like somebody who uses steroids or, you know, drug enhancement for sports and stuff like that. You're just the same. If you're using cheese in the game to get to that level, it's the same thing in my opinion. Cheese is meta? For now it is, yeah. But it definitely needs to be eradicated from the game. Any thoughts on the Buccaneer? The Buccaneer is in a good state. It's just, again, light fighters have way too much damage. The Arrow, the Gladius, and the Blade should only have size 2 weaponry. You should not have agility, tank, and DPS. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me in this game. And you'll never see the Buccaneer, the Hornet, or anything like this until these ships are toned down. How do you feel about stealthy Eclipse play style PvP players? Eclipse play is a lot of fun. I kind of wish that stealth was more of a thing, but CIG, I don't even think they know where they want stealth to be right now, so you just gotta wait for it to change. I would love to fly around in like a stealth saber and be able to sneak up on people. Yeah, I do use joysticks. The camera's sort of in the center of the screen, kind of gives it away, isn't it? Sorry, guys. But yeah, I won't learn bad habits. Because again, if CIG flip a switch and they change how flight works, how combat works, I don't want to have spent like 6 to 9 months learning a method of combat and then that just goes right out the window. This is where like you can't take PvP seriously right now in the state of Star Citizen. You just can't. Either enjoy it to the best you can do so, try and not learn too many bad habits and just chill out with it, because again, we've been through this so many years now where I've watched people who do all this shit, they talk so hard about how good they are at PvP, and then the flight model changes and they quit Star Citizen. And then they spend all their time on Twitter and other people's channels going, oh, I was amazing, I used to fucking do all this shit, yada 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 yada, but I don't play anymore because the game, you know, whatever. I've seen this so many times and it's just funny as fuck. You've got to wait until the final version of flight combat before you ever get sweaty into Star Citizen, I feel. Or are you just wasting time, you know? The best thing to do is always keep used to your method of peripherals. So if your keyboard and mouse, keep up to date with it. You know, a little bit of shooting here and there. Joystick, do a bit of low flying with it. But when I see people go into Arena Commander and sweat it out for 6 months straight, I'm just like, oh, no, you are picking up so many bad habits that you just don't want to have. That's why, like, when people don't play Star Citizen, I kind of feel like they're doing it the best way, right? Because if you don't play Star Citizen, you don't pick up bad habits, and it's easier to come into a finalized version, so to speak. Hammerhead pip wiggling will be funny. No, I'm pretty sure you're eventually going to see no pip wiggling abilities in this game, Zayman. I guarantee you that you'll see backstrafing completely nerfed into the ground. Tricording without punishment will be gone, and wiggling your pip will go as well because they'll dial in the calculations. I can actually see that happening within the next year. And you'll see a lot of people stop playing Star Citizen because they won't be able to do their cheesy mechanics to win fights. They'll actually have to learn how to out-strategize. I'll fly around a bit in my Corsair when it launches, maybe do PvP. Yeah, it's the best way to play the game, man. Just play it chilly, you know. Don't put too much effort into the game. Because again, like I said, you can get used to something and really enjoy it, and CIG just do this. Fucking gone, you know, canon gameplay's gone. Actually, dogfighting is gone in this game. I think keyboard and mouse works great. The weird, fast, low flight where your nose is just pointing the ground, not so much. Again, there's a lot of flight changes coming for next year that are gonna... So for example, next year you're not gonna be able to do this, right? This is gone, by the way, in atmosphere. You're not going to be able to do what I'm doing right now. You'll have to actually level off your ship, and if you stay like what I'm doing here, you might overheat your engines and fall out the sky. You will have to eventually come down to a land. You're not just gonna sit idle like I've been doing, you know? Welcome back to hover mode, yeah. So this will be gone. You won't be able to do this. This is going to absolutely fry your engines with heat. Too much strain on it, all that jazz. So most likely you'll be having to go down and do this whilst you idly wait, because your engines will just burn out like they used to do. And I'm all for that, to be honest. I fucking hate the idea that you can just go... You know what I mean? You just sit here. It's like these tiny little fucking engines seem to be magically holding me up in the sky, right? And they're not even firing. That's the beautiful thing about it. They're not even firing. Because if they fire, that's the animation that they make, right? When they fire. So it's not even doing fucking anything. It's just some sort of space magic holding me in the air. Good pilots, I'm not talking about good pilots. I'm talking about the people that rely on the cheese will quit the game. Because I've seen the same people quit the moment that the cheese was taken away, and they've come back because cheese has been added to the game. If CIG remove the ability to do cheesy mechanics, these pilots leave because they're not actually good at PvP. That's what you're pushed into a placebo effect of where you think they're good just because they know how to manipulate the game. But if there's no way to manipulate things in your favor and you actually have to fly and do proper tactics and stuff like that, that's the hard part, you know? But everyone who isn't you is using cheese. Not everyone uses cheese, dude. Not everyone uses cheese. There's a lot of pilots that use cheese, though. But then that's where we would be trying to see if there are actually good pilots or not. If they can do what Rule Kub said, good pilots will always be able to adapt to the model in PvP. We'll see where they go with it. But I'm banking on that I'm right. You said space magic, that reminded me of Eve video. I've been trying to remember the name of the past few months. Cheers. No problem, dude. Also, they fix all the flight models. The Carthol will be the king since its main thrusters will also be maneuvering. No, it won't actually be. Here's the funny thing, right? So Carthol, yes, is a very high agile ship, movement and stuff like that. But you forget one thing, Razzie. Is that in the future, when you lose components, like for example, you lose an engine or a wing, it's going to affect your flight, right? So even though the Carthol is very, very agile, it is very prone to losing components, wings and stuff like that. And the moment it loses one wing, it's fucked. It's absolutely fucked. It's like the Talon did, you know? So you're only king long as you don't get shot. And that's the funny thing in Star Citizen right now, that it's very easy to be shot by other players. Like, 1v1 is just not a factor in this game anymore. Because you can be the best 1v1er, but the moment you're up against two competent pilots, you're dead. You're just dead. You don't win. You can't escape. Yeah, it should be. Arrow should be fucked when it loses a wing in atmosphere. I hope it goes that way. You saw when we killed that Hawk recently, when it lost a wing, it spun out of control. The Arrow should be doing this as well. But for some reason, the Arrow has this weird ability where it can just fucking keep doing shit, and it shouldn't be able to do that. I hate how people fly around with one wing arrow. It's like, it's just not even funny. These things shouldn't even be a factor. When a Gladius, a Saber, a Vanguard, or anything like that loses a wing in atmosphere, that should have a massive effect, and it will happen in the future when we get the control surfaces in. I don't think people are ready for it as well. Because we're so used to the way CIG have got the game set up, where you lose a wing, you don't really care about it. However, if you're somebody who flies a Cutlass and you lose an engine, you know all about it. If you don't know how to stabilize and you over afterburner, you start fucking spinning around like crazy. It's the same with car to all. Car to all, you lose an engine, you spin around like you're out of control. Because too many people are firing off the thrusters at maximum speed. Nobody uses acceleration control. So the Aurora will be the ammo tank. Well, you've got to look at it this way. The Aurora right now is super slow in atmosphere. So that's where its negative is. It might be a little atmosphere tank, but it can't move, right? So when you think about it, when ships have the ability to use their wings and their speed to cut through the air, do certain things, whilst the Aurora is stationary, just fucking tanking along, you're able to circle around because you will actually be able to do more movement and stuff. So that's what you've got to look at it. I would actually say the Mustang might have more flight capability in the future than the Aurora. Right now it doesn't even have that. It's very slow. Because again, everything's faked around thrusters. There is no proper flight mechanics in this game because it's all based around these fucking things here. Wings and tails and shapes and stuff like that have no effect in atmosphere right now. It's all faked. And this is what they're changing for the next system. They're bringing in control surfaces and they're bringing in aerodynamics. So if you lose a wing, you should flop around like crazy because your little tiny maneuvering thrusters are not powerful enough to stabilize you. They would never be powerful enough to stabilize you at these speeds. Like if you imagine you're banking around doing Mach 1 in Daymar and you lose a wing, you should be fucking spinning out of control because your wee maneuvering thrusters would be like fucking having a heart attack trying to stabilize you. Because you're just you break your complete surface. In the game right now, it doesn't do that. You can regain and then go fucking 1200 meters a second up into space like it's nothing. That needs to change. There should always be an element of, will they change the model in space? I don't think they will. I mean, generally speaking, how would you ever make the flight model in space any better, right? Because if you change it down to like non-Newton's law kind of setup, right? Then people are going to freak out on the spectrum about it, where it just feels fake and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like if you actually made it like jet fighters in space, it just wouldn't work, right? So the only thing that they can do is just make it where maneuvering thrusters are just not as powerful as they are just now. If you look at it, we have a fake uplift from upstrafing. If you guys don't know, one of your most powerful thrusters is your upstrafe, right? Yet if you look at this way, these 4 thrusters are exactly the same thrusters on the top. Yet when I'm moving in a straight line, I can produce 8 Gs of upthrust, or I do 5 going down. This is fucking stupid. Because they're the exact same size of thrusters. There's no way I should be getting an extra fucking 3 G's worth of thrust from the same thrusters. Where the fuck does that come from? So it would be the same sort of thing in space where one CIG add in aerodynamics and better thruster placement model or whatever that they're going to be doing. Do we need these powerful thrusters in space to create this fake uplift? I don't think you do. Because right now in space you're rolling and you're pitching and you're upstrafing. That's pretty much the way we do combat right now. To turn around. And it's very much like a general like 4 DOF kind of fighter movement, you know? Do we need that when we have control surfaces to deal with aerodynamics in the future, you know? Who knows? There is not a flight model, it's just weight. Weight doesn't even take into calculation right now, Razzie. Weight is no factor in this game. Ships like the 890 and the Carrack go faster than fighters in the acceleration because weight and laden is not taken into consideration in the mechanics or the calculations. That needs to change as well. You should not have a Carrack being able to come through atmosphere nose down and literally at the last second of 50 feet stop and fucking do this and land. And you see this all the time, people coming through atmosphere like fucking rockets and then they just land like it's nothing. You would not be able to slow these motherfucking ships down coming in at that speed because weight would take into a factor. And this is again what needs to be added to the flight model. Because you've got super heavy ships like the Hercules that outfly Hornets. Because they don't take into consideration the weight. They've got huge powerful engines and that does nothing, you know? Or I should say the weight of their ships in theory don't do anything. You can literally take a Hercules and you can outturn a Gladius in combat in atmosphere and kill it. That shouldn't be the case. You should not be able to dogfight with a fucking Hercules. I'm sorry, you just shouldn't. Yeah, hopefully, Glitch. Again, all this chat we're talking about is like easily next year before we'll see any of it. But again, this is where, like, for me, and whilst we know that this stuff's coming in, there's just no point really caring too much about like who wins and loses in PvP and stuff like that. Because it will all change very, very shortly. And a year is not a long time if you think about it. Too much realism? Oh, this is nothing realism though, Soul Rebel, right, dude? This is not gonna make it harder for people. This just means that you actually have proper calculations in your game instead of it being an arcade piece of shit. It makes sense to use some sort of space magic, but again, you've got to remember that Chris Roberts doesn't want the game to be space magic, Soul Rebel, right? He wants it to be immersive. He wants it to feel like you have to learn these things, and if you don't learn these things, it's kind of like get fucked, basically, you know? It's not going to make it kill the fun of it, because here's the factor of it. And this is no offense to people who have like the casual gamer mentality or time. Nobody pays money for a casual game, right? Nobody does. You play the game, you get bored of it, you move on to another game. You look at any game that offers like a little bit more of a skill level kind of gameplay loop to it, it keeps doing well because people don't get bored of it. If you do too much realism, you move into a full simulator, which I don't think anyone wants in Star Citizen, right? We don't care about that. But if you have it too much space magic, it gets very boring, and then, you know, it dies. CIG have to find the balance of where it makes the game very easy to get into and fun and engaging, but very difficult to master, so you actually have a reason to keep playing. Either that, you get very bored and you go into the casual mentality where it's like, I've done everything in the game, I'm gonna go and play another game now. That's not what you want. You don't want people to ever say that when they're playing your game. You want to be like, oh, I want to keep playing. Today I'm going to do this. Today I'm going to do that. This week I'm going to do that. Oh, right, I've not made my goal this week. I'll do it next week. And you've got this mentality of it not being so much of a job, but you're in wanting to constantly learn things. But if you have this mentality where it's like, well, I've done everything. It's all easy to do. I own everything in the game. I'm going to go and play another game. That's not good business. Yeah, Eve gave up on the casual gamer mentality because it doesn't sell. And this, again, this is not me trying to be disrespectful to people who play as a casual gamer, you know, they don't have as much time to put into a game and stuff. I get that. Everyone's life is completely different. But casual doesn't sell in the market these days. Yeah, I hope so they do as well, so. I hope that the game has the realism that it deserves, but also not to the point where you're spending 30 minutes fucking starting up the cockpit and writing down, oh, my heat temperatures are fucking spiking a little bit. I'll need to go and spend 30 minutes with a wrench and fucking... Yeah, nobody wants that kind of gameplay, right? But you want it to where there's a sort of element to it, where it's not faked, and every environment actually has an effect on the flight model. To give a little bit of realism, you know? DCS Lite. Exactly, yeah, exactly. I don't think anyone would complain about a DCS Lite Star Citizen. Fun to get into, fun to play, but requires you to spend a little bit of time if you want to get past the average player mindset, right? And that's all we crave, I think. Well, for me, that's all I crave. Because if you make this a hardcore simulator, I'm happy to play a hardcore simulator, but I can guarantee you kill Star Citizen if you make it hardcore. You kill it. Nobody will play it. Because people don't have the time to be fucking real spaceship, internet spaceship fucking dogfighting captains, you know? CR wants casuals to play the game, they just have to pay for shortcuts to reach higher tiers of gameplay. Ain't that the fucking truth, like? Ain't that the truth? Oh yeah, yeah, well, you can totally play Star Citizen, it's easy to play, but if you want to go to a higher tier level and you don't have the time to put in effort, you're gonna have to spend some serious dough, you know? That $8.90 gonna cost itself, you know? Oh yeah. For me, Soul Rebel, when I talk about the thrusters, right? My realism is, if this holds me up in the air, I don't care that the wee thrusters hold me up in the air. What I care about is that the same 4 engines that hold me up in the air can produce 3 Gs of movement more than the engines on the top. That's what pisses me off, right? I don't care about the space magic or that it actually happens where the wee engines are holding me in there. I don't care about that. That's not my realism. My realism for me is if I'm using the same type of thrusters to go up and down, they should have the same power of up and down. And they don't, because CIG fake the uplift or strafing up to be more powerful so you can bank into your turns because there's no aerodynamics in the game, right? That's what pisses me off. That's the realism I'm looking for, that all engines should be equal and there shouldn't be this space magic of this engine on this side seems to be fucking 3 times as powerful as the one on the top. That's what annoys me in Star Citizen. I don't care that the little engines are holding me up in the air. It's the factor that for some reason they seem to be weaker on the top than they are on the bottom. And that's just because of the balancing choice of flight in the current state of Star Citizen. And hopefully this will change in the future. Because I also don't understand how your tiny little fucking thrusters, right, that produce this amount out-counter this motherfucker. If this thing is pushing at maximum burn with Afterburner, how the fuck is this little shitter meant to be able to do anything, right? That's the realism I cry about in this game. Because you have a fuck-on massive engine on the back of this thing, yet my little maneuvering thrusters can fucking out-counter it. Okay, all engines created equal under Chris Roberts. That's all I asked for. That there should just be a standard to how engines work in this game. And if they are very small and they produce some ridiculous amount of heat, that's cool, right? If anything, down should be more powerful in atmosphere because of gravity. I know. I know. It's so stupid that I get 5.4 going up, right? Yet I only get 2.9 going down. The gravity should be pulling me closer to the ground. I should be going faster down than I go faster up. It makes no sense to me. And that's why we'll always argue with the fakeness in Star Citizen. It's not the reasons, like, or the shapes of the engines and stuff like that, you know? It just annoys me. It annoys me that you seem to have these magical thrusters that in one direction are way more powerful. And they're the exact same thruster, exact same name. When you go through your power management, they have the exact same HP, stats, everything. So where the fuck did they get this magical fucking power from? You know? It's gravity rules activated. So, for me, that's what I would like to see changed. I don't mind of the other things and stuff like that. Use space magic if you have to. But as you said in joke, for me, there has to be a standard between all engines. A reason, a rule, you know? And this is why backstrafing is very, very cancerous for this game. Because again, whilst I'm using all my power to go forward, people are using less power to go backwards, and they're still going faster than me because of the game. This is where, again, just all of this cheese needs to be changed, and I think the game will be in a really, really good state afterwards. With the state of SE currently, I'm amazed you have the energy to log in and play every day. Donkey, I love Star Citizen. I've literally been here since 2012. I've streamed now 122 days in a row whilst under the influence of COVID. Still streaming Star Citizen because I absolutely love this game. And I feel like if I don't rant or make up these points and stuff, it doesn't sort of like said, like for me, I'm not like wanting to do the, oh, I'm an influencer, I should be able to change CIG's way. I don't give a fuck, right? If CIG built this game in whatever way they wanted to, I'll still fucking play it, right? I'm not gonna be somebody that goes, oh, I've got 500 viewers, you should totally change this because I can't deal with it. I don't give a fuck about that stuff, right? It's more just the basic foundation of Star Citizen I care about. What's confusing is like all these rules already exist, like the physics and maths is all there already, just needs a tweak to a bit. So it's fun? Yeah, exactly. And that's the biggest problem with it is the team that actually do this area are only like 5 or 6 staff. Which is fucking... You know what I mean? Like, this is a rant that it's not to disrespect CIG, but for me... Flight in this game sort of feels like one of the most important things, right? Yet why does it have the smallest team available to do it? Especially when you're building a game for Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. Everyone flies around and does things, yet why is the team so small for this area? I don't feel like a beast, donkey. I feel like an idiot, but I wanted to keep my chain going. But again, they are working on all these new systems for next year. So hopefully we will see better flying, better weapon system, because we all agree like the weapon system definitely needs to have a tweak here and there. Because it is just literally repeaters. You know what I mean? Like everyone just uses repeaters. It's quite boring, I feel. Do they not have flight and squadrons? They do, yeah. The guys who do Star Citizen flight are also doing the Squadron 42 flight tackle. It's like 6 people, dude. 6 or 7 people. It's fucking bonkers. I would have thought at least like a 20-30 man team would be allocated for this sort of air, no? I kind of feel like flight and combat is one of the most serious parts, especially for Squadron 42. But apparently not. Or at least I can't work out why it has such a small team. Oh, I think Squadron 42 will be a really good game. Like, I'm not into single-player campaigns, Razzie, but I'll play it. I'm interested to see what, like, a Chris Roberts 2025 fucking video game is like, you know? I never played Wing Commander. I didn't fanboy over Chris Roberts like everyone does, even though I've got a fucking picture frame of Chris Roberts. I'm not a fanboy. But I'm interested to see where it goes, you know? Games centered around spaceships, and the spaceships just aren't fun to fly. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? It's why I always just stay in the Arrow, because it's the only thing that sort of has what I would expect from a ship of this shape to actually feel like in flying. But even then, it's like, none of it really matters, you know? The thing is though, if you actually look back to like games in the 80s and 90s, Zaman, most people, like, I say this in confidence, my son would fucking break his keyboard and mouse continuously if he played some games from the 80s and 90s. Kids of these days don't know what a hardcore game is. You know what a hardcore game is? A hardcore game is where if you run out of lives, you have to restart the whole fucking game again. There ain't no save. Kids don't know what fucking hardcore gaming is like these days. When you turn your fucking console off and your whole save is fucking reset, that's hardcore as shit. When you've got to complete the whole fucking game in a row, because that's the only way to complete it, that's hardcore. You die, you start from the beginning, yeah, exactly. So kids of these days would never be able to play a hardcore video game, I feel. From like Wing Commander or something like that. They would be spewing out the mouth. So you've got to give a lot of tolerance to somebody from those times knows exactly what hardcore gaming is like. I remember when you would have to play like Lineage 2 or Silk Road Online, and to grind from level 59 to 60 took 6 months hardcore grinding, and if you died in PvP you lost experience as well. And you could D-level. How many fucking MMOs do kids know these days where if you D-level in PvP? That shit's hard, man. That puts a fucking toll on somebody's, you know, mind. Where you've just leveled knowing that the moment you die you could D-level and you've got to spend a few weeks again to grind it back up, you know? I recall Sid Meier's Sword of the Samurai 3.inch floppy, 1.3. Man, old floppies, like. Back in my day. One of my favorites, right? In gaming genre. You guys remember when we had the PlayStation with Final Fantasy VII? Anybody remember this for the PlayStation Final Fantasy VII? Where you defeat the boss, you get a cutscene, and then it tells you to put the next disc in, and then you get the cutscene again. That's hardcore gaming, right? Because nowadays it would just seamlessly do the whole fucking thing, right? But you're like, oh my god, this story's oh wait, I've got to fucking change out the drive now, you know? I don't think many people understand the pain of that in video games. Looks like everyone gave up on your bounty in the PE. It is what it is, you know. I'm not really bothered, to be honest, Razzie. I'm so ill that PvP is a bit hard for me to digest just now. I had a nice game on the Commodore 64. It took 10 to 15 minutes to load from the tape. Back in my day, we didn't have calculators. I was PvPing since Pong. Yeah? Funnily enough, actually, Pong was one of the first games that I ever played. As a kid, I remember that one. I remember how I'm still impressed by games that don't have loading screens. Yeah, that stuff actually does impress me these days, you know. However, like, the game sizes are crazy if you think about it. I mean, if you go back like 20 years to what we have right now, some of the game sizes that you, like Cyberpunk or stuff like that, it's just fucking nuts, man. It's absolutely nuts how much space you need just to play a video game. Only PvP I knew was in the playground at school. Damn straight. You used to find the right tape. But anyway, going back to obviously all the stuff that we've got next year or CIG are working on for the flight system. I don't think it's going to be too hardcore, like milsim kind of fucking playstyle, but I also don't, I think we'll be finally moving away from like the arcadey feel of Star Citizen, because again, for me, I just don't see it selling very well if it's arcadey. 1 terabyte? Fuck me, man. Yeah, that just doesn't appeal to me. You know what I wish they would actually bring out for the future would be like snub fighters that are only designed for atmosphere flying. Where they would be like little jets, right? That would be kind of cool. Like Merlins and stuff like that. Something around that size. Where you don't need to worry about the quantum drive. Maybe make it where there's no shield because of their size. Or you have them where they're just so nippy within the atmosphere. Maybe because of their size that they can be under radar detection. All these things. Prop planes? No, we don't need prop planes. However, I wouldn't mind like some sort of helicopter system, right? Again, for me, this is just me personally, I don't need everything to be able to go into space. It'd be kind of cool. You know? Like manned drones? Yeah, again, that could also be a really cool thing. Hey, Titan, how you doing, Chief? Manned drones would actually be pretty dope, right? You go into like you know, the Atlas that the Spartan, the Ballista, the Centurion are built off, and there'd be like a console where you sit down and fucking like you're flying a Predator drone. That would actually be pretty dope in Star Citizen. Planetary Defense Force? One thing I really want to see in the future. I don't know how they're going to be able to do it, but we need artillery. like when you see the bombs dropping from like an A2, and we're about to get the cluster bombs in the future. If you guys don't know, the A2 can actually swap out to 460 fucking bomb size 5s, and it just cluster bombs the area. I would love some sort of big size 7, size 8 fucking ballistic cannon. Where, say for example, you've got a fight on the go and you've got the ability to raise it up, maybe laser detonate or something like that, and all you hear is pff, these big fucking arties going off in the distance, and you hear the that would be great gameplay, I think. I would love that shit. Especially if you're on the ground, you know, you got jets flying past you, but then all you hear is just big artillery shells coming in. Yeah. I hope that comes, because it's great fun in Arma to use artillery. Anybody ever used artillery in Arma? Especially Arma 2. I've not played Arma 3 enough to know the systems of that one. But I did enjoy firing artillery in Arma 2. Assault, massive ion cannon that shoots into space would be cool. The only thing with that is that they would have to make it super fast, right? The shot would have to be ridiculously fast to go up into space to actually connect with something. The question would be is if somebody could capture Idris and then put something 30, 40 kilometers in the air. You know what I mean? That could be something that you could do. Yeah, we got Mishosh. Mishosh. Alright, IR. Oh, God. Why is it every time I grab the joysticks, I feel coughing is required? Alright, let's put this in there. Push through this way. Oh, wow. We got shield hold so fucking hard. Our cockpit is already red because of it. Blech. Sweet niblets. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, fuck me. You have an oversight on that one. And the tricord begins. Blech. Come on. Fuck's sake. Oh. Oh, is my joystick gone again? Oh, fuck off with this shit. Yeah, it's done it again. This is so fucking stupid. I'm gonna black out doing this. This fucking joystick, I'm gonna have to send it back to... So stupid. It keeps cutting out, like... I don't know why it is, either. Oh well.
Quantum drive is now up.
Again, I don't know why it happens. Like, it might be just a weird, like, firmware or something like that that causes it. It just locks into upstrife for some reason. Let's just get that cockpit fixed. Woo!
Shields hit.
So, they crash into the ground there, bud. Lifting the weight around a lot.
Shields hit. Gotta watch with that turns. There we go. Shifting away. Ah, dear.
You can fucking just shoot it at max range. This is where the sweat is kicking in. And he'll fly past again here. We can win this, I think. We can win this. Guy overshoots a lot. Doesn't seem... Oh, it's doing it again. What the fuck is going on? This fucking joystick is doing my nut in. Oh, sweet niblets, chat. Now it's just going up again and again and again. Like, this is so stupid. I'm gonna have to flush out this joystick if it's just doing it again. Now we're blacking out because of it. Oh! And we're going around. This is so dumb, man. So dumb. I'm gonna have to warp out. Yeah. I'm gonna have to flush this. It keeps happening. So the moment that I upstrafe in a certain angle, it just fucking does this weird thing. We'll punch out here in a second. I can beat this person. I just need a joystick that's not fucking collapsing on me all the time. So I need to flush it or something. Alright. Over here. Alright. Do this one here. And now I'll go and flush throughout the system. New base, yeah, but the thing is, I think the grip that I've got is constantly like doing some weird malfunction, and it just locks into upstrafe where you literally can't stop upstrafing, and it's super fucking annoying. That's twice in that fight there that I couldn't basically downstrafe. So it's constantly in an upstrafe lock. So I'm gonna try and flush out. Redo this stick somehow. I don't know what's fucking causing it. And it might actually have to get to the point where I'll send this back to Verpal. Because I have a feeling it's the pin system. So basically where the pin connects to the base, that's the issue that I'm getting here. Where I just think it short circuits in some way. So the base will be fine, I think. But it's whatever is causing the upstrafe malfunction out. Just lock this down. Oh, sweet niblets. Right. Let's load it. We need axes. I wonder if I should redo the firmware. Actually, that might actually cause an issue right now. left here. So now we've got, see there's the up strafe, down strafe, up strafe, down strafe, up strafe, down strafe. But why does it jam up strafe? And like that. Why are you doing it? See, that looks good, right? So I wonder why keybinds here. Advance. It'd be this movement. Do I have something that maybe... It should be that, right? Is there anything else that I have causing issues? It didn't do this at all yesterday, which is weird, man. No, there's nothing that's gonna cause this on the twist. There's a down strafe, up strafe, down strafe, right? Back to demo. If it happens again, it's definitely, I'm gonna have to contact VPC about it. What other sticks have you used? I've got my normal alphas that I can use just in case, Stray Dog, so I'll be testing that out. If it happens again after the calibration, I'm gonna bust out one of my lefts, which is literally just here. And that's the old one. And then I'll try and set it up on the base and see if that happens as well. Because it might just be where there's something iffy going on it. But all the sticks I've used T16000s, I've used Satec 52s, VKBs, Verpals. I've used a lot. Yeah, these are the prime models, yeah. There might be something where I'm like keying in and it just locks up for some reason. But we've got control of it just now. But again, this was not happening yesterday, so... I will definitely need to... Because what's the time? 3 o'clock right now. I'll take the dogs out for a walk. And I'll try the old Verpal... The old alpha. Not the prime version. And get it set up with all the keybinds as well, just to see. And if it happens on that, then it could be the base. Oh no, what am I doing here? F1 on this. Yep. Oh. Ugh. There we go. Love to try Verpals? I feel Verpals are probably my... Out of all the joysticks I've used through the history, Verpal products is the one that appeals to me the most. However, I say this, that sometimes the software can be quite iffy. The other thing that I've noticed is now I don't have this running. This might be something that I stop using. Because I've never used their virtual shift. So what I might actually do is daisy chain the joysticks together. So you have the ability to take like a cable and connect into the two bases, and I might end up doing that if this causes any more problem. Again, it was just the upstrafe. The upstrafe just jams on, and you can see like what it was doing is this, and you would just keep going up and up and up, causing a blackout. Eventually down the line, I would love to actually get to the part where I could just use my feet on the pedals to do up and down strafe, and then lock the twist. But I feel that would be just so much to learn right now. It doesn't seem to be doing it just now. Got hit by 9 ads. Sorry guys. Well, the thing is, I've got pedals for my yaw, Stray Dog. The problem is, like, I use them for yaw left and right. And I suppose I could make them where they would do my up and down strafe. But I'm so used to that twist, right? I wonder if this would be the time to start learning pedal up and down strafe. Because obviously I don't have anything keybind to the pedals. The question is, am I going to be causing too many issues with it? Decisions, what to do. I just wish I had a method of triggering off that problem. Maybe there might be new firmware for the Alpha Prime as well. Wonder if I should make this a little bit tighter. Like fully lock it. Oh. Not have them intel. Oh. Get rid of COVID. Hey Colin, how you doing, Chief? Again, no issues with the right joystick because there is no twist. You know what? Let's try this. Let's just try this. This is probably going to be such a bad idea. A really, really bad idea. Right, and let's lock off the twist. Oh, I need a smaller Allen key for that. Is this the size? Oh, I need even smaller. Holy shit. This is gonna be a wee fucking micro, like. Maybe a 2.0. Yeah, 2.0. Alright. Can't. Oh god, that feels so dodgy. Like everything in my bones wants to fucking twist. Shit. All right. So we've got to upstrafe with the pedals, right? Oh, I don't like this at all. This feels weird. Funny how my left hand just wants to twist with it. I'm using my pedals right now to do like the upstrafe. I can't twist my left stick right now, which is super weird. I might have to turn like the sensitivity on the pedals down. So strange. The left joystick feels so different because you can't twist it. Like it feels really heavy to get that angle in. Yeah, we just overshooting. I think the biggest problem with the pedals for doing upstrafe is the downstrafe just doesn't feel like it's got the power to downstrafe correctly. I don't know about this, guys. Feels like I need tighter springs if I was to do it this way. Yeah. I would have to change... some sort of spring for me to be able to do it this way. Let me just loosen off the joystick again. There we go. Oh. Have you tried pedals for forward and back? The thing is, like, for me, Forward and back, just I use the left joystick like it's like a throttle basically, right? So my pedals are my yaw, and that's what I've always felt most comfortable with. My pedals is for the yaw action, because I've always been somebody who uses roll and pitch, and now, you know, I'm kind of like, if this happens again, obviously we can try and figure out some way of sorting it out, but there's nothing worse than losing an axis mid-combat twice. I'm just trying to work out if maybe I should get rid of the ability to strafe with the twist, but I'm just so used to it, you know? Do you low fly a lot? I do low fly quite a bit, yeah, but right now I'm on the back end of COVID, and I'm just in a weird sort of weakened state where I can't really process much going on just now. So we got these joysticks from Virpil last week, and I've really not had much time to actually sit down and get used to them and stuff like that, because again, I just feel so sick all the time, like sniffly, cough, those kind of things. So I'm hoping within like the next week I should have more like energy to focus on doing stuff. I fly like a real pilot, yeah. My peripherals are just like a... I look at it that if I literally change my left joystick to a throttle, I could go and fly like a Spitfire or something like that. So this is where for me, like, it would be very difficult to... You know what I mean? Like, the up and down strafing in this game just sort of like, meh. Kind of cool maybe if they removed up and down strafe and you had the ability just to do the side strafes, but who knows with that one, right? Forward back to pedals is much more natural, maybe for some people, but again for me it would always be my yaw. I couldn't go into like a game like IL2 and be so used to that pedals going forward and backward would be the accelerator. That would just feel so off for me. My pedals do have toe brakes, devs. They do have toe brake. The thing is though, it's just they're so, like the springs are so loose, right? I would need a much harder spring, I feel, or more tension if I was to actually use them. I wonder if you can get harder springs for this. I'm missing out on stuff here. Oh no, I'm actually pretty caught up. I think definitely though, because of the time, we'll probably call it there. Probably call it there, chat. Starting to get really tired. really want to try and get in earlier. Than we have done the past 2 days, but fuck me. Trying to actually get myself to get up without feeling sick is a mission and a half, like. Oh dear. Also, Star Citizen's super quiet. 318, chat. We need 318. Just the P2. Just the tip. Hey, Mordor's has gone live. Let's go. I'll send you over to Mordor's. Yeah, anyway guys, I'll be back on tomorrow. I'm gonna go and get a wee break, and I'm gonna fiddle around with these joysticks to see if I can replicate this issue that I've got, and do it with the other joystick as well, just to see. But yeah, thank you very much for spending some time with me, guys, and hopefully we'll be back tomorrow. Maybe I'll be a bit busier. I doubt it. Appreciate all the fights today as well, guys. All the chats, all the memes. I hope you have a great Saturday. If I don't catch you over the weekend, have a good weekend. All that good stuff. You know the drill. You know the drill. Whew. GG's. Thank you, Anu. Zeman. Devs. Soul Rebel. Stray Dog. Appreciate you guys. You've been here, Pax. Have a wonderful weekend, Salty. Take care. Enjoy Mordor shows, guys. Hopefully tomorrow I'll have a little bit more energy. Just a little bit more. That's all we need. Thank you, Joe. Take care, guys.